Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the world's only Bob Dylan tribute band, Highway 61 Revisited.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are so pleased to have with us a very, very special guest in the audience tonight. 1, 2. Ruben Hurricane Carter. Come on up here, Ruben. We got a song we want to sing for you. 2, 3. Here comes the story, the hurricane.
Dr. Carter, good to see you again.
Joe, how are you? Gilbert show last night.
Did you expect that reaction?
No, I did not at all.
Come on,
Thank you.
sit down here. We got you all
right.
hooked up, and we'll get right into it.
I will do that. For the first 18 years of my life, I suffered from a terrible, terrible speech impediment. I couldn't talk. I had 100 million words running through my mind, but I couldn't force one past my lips that made any sense to anyone else but me. So I got in a great deal of trouble because when I tried to talk, stomp my foot and try to push these words out of my mouth, people would laugh at you, you know? And when people laughed at me, I attacked them. And if you're going to attack somebody every time someone laughs at you, then you'll be fighting for the rest of your life. And you better know how to fight or you're gonna get your butt whooped. So fighting became natural to me. When I went to the military, the Airborne Rangers, and I was in Europe at the time, I met this gentleman, he was also in the military, named Ali Hassan. This person stopped and made me realize that I had a problem. That my inability to talk and my feelings of low self-esteem were intrinsically linked together. He asked me if I would go back to school. And I went to one of the first Dale Carnegie classes, and slowly but surely, words began tumbling out of my mouth like an unbridled Niagara. Ali Hassan introduced me to prize fighting in the military. And I took to it like a duck takes to water. And I became good. And I became the light welterweight champion 2 years in a row and qualified for the 1956 Olympics.
Tell me about your style of fighting, because it is very unique and people still talk about it.
Yeah, it's funny that you would say that. One of my great heroes in life was Jack Johnson. Jack Johnson, to me, was one of the greatest prize fighters ever, and one of the greatest people ever, because Jack Johnson would not condescend his dignity. He would not do as other Africans in America were made to do, be isolated and segregated and discriminated, but rather Jack Johnson flaunted his abilities and he flaunted his freedom as a human being. And so I tried to emulate Jack Johnson to the extent that I shaved my hair off at the age of 17. People didn't walk around bald-headed at that time. And my whole facade was one of bald-headed and bearded. My style was straight ahead. I come to fight. I didn't come to dance, I didn't come to play with the audience, I come to fight. And everybody who ever fought me realized that whenever you get in the ring with Ruben Hurricane Carter, you better fight 3 minutes of every round, because I'm trying to get you out of there every single second. This was a profession. He was getting paid and I was getting paid. Now the thing is, who got out of there first? So I wanted to get out of that ring. I wanted to be in there as short a time as I could possibly be in. If I could knock you out in the first round, that's what I'll do. If I couldn't knock you out in the first round, I'll knock you out in the 10th round. It make no difference. You know?
So did this ferocious style bring on the nickname Hurricane? When did that come on?
There was a promoter in Union City named Jimmy Collado. And Jimmy Collado pinned that name on me, Hurricane. And I didn't like it, because we had another Hurricane before me.
Oh, there was.
That was Hurricane Jackson, and he was a light heavyweight. And he couldn't break an egg if he had a sledgehammer. But the name Hurricane stuck. It described the legitimate destructive forces that was raging within my soul because of the hatred, the institutionalized hatred that existed in this country, with African people in this country. But the Hurricane stuck.
When was your fight with Emil Griffith, and can you describe that to us?
Emil Griffith was he was the welterweight champ at the time, but now he wanted to move up from the welterweight division to the middleweight division. And I was the #1 middleweight contender at that time. So Emil had to get past me, and I knocked him out. So that was a great fight for me.
What percentage of fighting is psychology versus raw talent and skill?
The psychology comes in during the training process.
Right.
When the training process is finished, then you should be on automatic. You shouldn't have everything that you're going to do down pat where it's almost habitual. The audience doesn't understand that.
Yeah.
The audience see only the final results. They don't see the hard work and the training and the discipline that goes into that night of the fight. I had to divorce myself from the audience because the audience are very fickle. All they want is a winner. They don't care who is doing the winning and who's doing the losing. They just want the winner. And I learned that early on.
How were you involved in the civil rights movement in any way?
Well, I grew up with these people. I grew up with Martin Luther King. I mean, Martin was 10 years older than I was. But I grew up with Malcolm X too. Malcolm was one of my best friends. He was 12 years older than I was. In fact, in 1965, I believe it was, there was going to be a march on Selma, Alabama. And Dr. Martin Luther King asked me if I would join them. So I said, are you going to protect me down there in Alabama? He said, well, Ruben, we're nonviolent. I said, well, I'm nonviolent too, as long as people remain nonviolent with me. But if you don't remain nonviolent with me, I'm not going to remain nonviolent with you. So I'm not going down there. So I didn't go.
Yes.
And sure enough, that whole thing was, that Bull Connors down there, that whole march was interrupted and disturbed, and dogs and fire hoses, and people were getting beat down the street.
Were you necessarily known to the cops?
Given my history and being on television every Friday night or so in Madison Square Garden on Gillette Blue Blade Cavalcade Sports, destroying people or being destroyed myself, I talked about self-protection wherever I went because I felt that was necessary for everyone. Even a cockroach has a right to protect himself. Well, in 1964, right here in New York City, there was something that called the Harlem Fruit Riot, where a cop shot a little child, a teenager, supposedly because they overturned a fruit cart of somebody's, right? And the cops came in and beat these children down the street while they were holding their guns to their parents' head. I thought I was talking to a friendly reporter from the Saturday Evening Post, and he asked me about this Harlem Fruit Riot. Off the record, I made a comment. Let's go get my gun and go up to Harlem and shoot some of those cops. Well, that was supposed to be off the record, and it was supposed to be just a joke. It was not real. But this reporter put that in the papers. The police thought that I had declared war on them. And so they began, everywhere they see me, everywhere I go, every state that I went to, the police would immediately come there and take me downtown and fingerprint me and photograph me, saying that I'm an ex-convict. And therefore, I need to be registered in the States. Cops were pulling me over all the time, particularly in Paterson, New Jersey, which is my hometown. I mean, that's where they can get you at, because that's where you live and that's where you are whenever you're not in training camp. On June 17th of 1966, I was getting ready to fight in South America. I was fighting for Madison Square Garden. And Madison Square Garden promised me that they would have me some sparring partners in South America when I got there. I usually travel with my own sparring partners, but this time they didn't want to pay for the extra fares. I was out that night to see my personal advisor to get this straightened out. And when I was 4 or 5 blocks away from my home, the police pulled me over. I had 2 guys in the car with me. John Artis, my co-defendant, was one, and a person named John Bucks Royster. And the cops pulled us over, about 4 blocks from my house.
Did that surprise you that they pulled you over?
Not really, because they'd done this before. I knew the cop. The cop's name was Sergeant Captor. And I said, why did you pull us over? He said, oh, we're looking for a white car with 2 black people in it. That's it. He said, but I know you, Ruben, go ahead. So I went home and did what I had to do and came back. And when I dropped one of these men off, and I was getting ready to drop John Artis off, the cops pulled up behind us again. And this time we have a white car with 2 black people in it. It was the same Sergeant Captain who stopped us an hour before, way away from this area. When he saw that it was us again, he said, oh, but he had already radioed and other cop cars converged on the scene. Rather than Sergeant Captain saying to the police officers, hey, I stopped these guys before with 3 people in the car. They had nothing to do with this. He didn't. He said, follow us. And so there we are, speeding down the street in a 5-car cavalcade with my little white car sandwiched in between these cars. And they took us to this Lafayette Bar and Grill.
What's up, man? My name is John.
It used to be called Lafayette Bar and Grill.
It is?
You know what happened here many years ago?
What?
Oh, there was a crime.
Huh?
I can't tell you about it.
This crowd of people were gathered out in the streets, and we didn't know what the hell was going on here. But I knew something was wrong. And the cops said, get out of the car, pull their guns out, get out of the car. And we had to get out of the car.
Did you see Bello and Bradley when they brought you to the bar?
Yes, but we didn't know who they were. I didn't know these guys.
Did they react to you in any specific way?
No, not at all. You see, the plan hadn't been made up yet. You know, they were actually looking for the murderers of this bar. 2 minutes later, they put us in a patrol car and they rushed us to St. Joseph's Hospital in Paterson, New Jersey. And they rushed us upstairs into the operating room where this one person, one of the surviving victims, William Marions, was laying on the operating table. He had been shot in the forehead and the bullet had exited from his eye. They lifted this man up and said, are these the 2 guys who shot you? I'm short, 5'8", bald-headed and bearded. John Artis was 6 feet something and lighter complected than I was. And 19 years old, he didn't have a mustache, didn't have a beard or anything. And the dying man looked up at us and said, no, these are not the guys. Plus, I had a white sports jacket on that night. Could be seen from a mile away, you know? And so the cop said, are you sure these are not the people? The man shook his head, these are not the people. Then they took us down to the police station, where for 17 hours they interrogated us separate from one another. And then after the 17 hours, they asked us if we would take a lie detector test. I said, sure, but I would not allow any of the Paterson police to give me a lie detector test, because I didn't trust them. They brought in Sergeant McGuire, state police from Elizabeth, New Jersey, and he administered this lie detector test to us. And the first thing he said to me when I entered the room is, if you had anything to do with this homicide, and this machine shows that you had something to do with this homicide, I'm gonna help them burn your black ass to a bacon wrapper. After the test was over, I was placed back into this little room, and about an hour later, the room filled up with cops. And now they're gonna read the charts. And so Sergeant McGuire laid the charts out on the table, and he said, when I asked the question, did you have anything to do with this car? He said, their responses was this and this, which showed they had nothing to do with this. So the police said, okay, you can go home. Downstairs, they had my car in the police garage. They had impounded my car. And when I went downstairs, my car was just torn to bits, where they were looking for whatever they were looking for. Then we went home, and I thought that was it.
Between being driven back to this bar in a motorcade, going to the hospital, getting the lie detector, were you feeling this is just a giant mistake?
I could not fathom in my wildest imagination that anybody would think for 1 second that Reuben Hurricane Carter would go in and shoot or kill or hurt anybody that did not bother him. Every single thing, except for the fact that we were brought to the Lafayette Bar and Grill, where these people saw us. Everything else was a lie. Every scintilla of the case was an absolute lie. I was a celebrity. You're not supposed to be able to do this to me. How can you take me away from my wife, from my children? How can you take me away from my career on something that you know was a lie? These two convicts, Alfred Bellow and Arthur Dexter Bradley, who had just gotten out of prison themselves, who was caught in the bar robbing the dead people, and the only reason why they remained there was because Patty Valentine from upstairs, when she ran downstairs to the bar after hearing the shots, there was Bellow behind the bar. So Bellow could not leave because Patty Valentine knew Alfred Bellow. She ran back upstairs. He ran out of the bar, gave the money to Bradley down the street, and told Bradley about this woman seeing him, and therefore he can't go anywhere or he'll be blamed for this murder. So they came back to the bar. And that's when the police brought us around here. And the only incriminating statement that Alfred Bellow or Dexter Bradley had to say about us was they saw us at the bar. Well, they did see us at the bar. When the police brought us there, they saw us at the bar. And that was the only truthful thing in the entire case.
What was going on with your defense?
Raymond Brown was a veteran a defense attorney. He was a dynamite lawyer. And when they found out that I had hired, because I had the money to do so because of my profession, that I had hired Ray Brown, well, they had to get somebody to stop Ray Brown. So they got Ray Brown's partner, Samuel Lerner, and they made him a judge. And he was from Essex County. And they shipped him into Passaic County to try my case as his first criminal trial.
The court managed to seat an all-white jury. That's one of the main points of Bob Dylan's song.
There was a clear and unmistakable black against white attitude during that time. Clearly. I mean, white folks was for white folks and black folks was for black folks. And the twain did not seem to meet there.
Why did you think the cops looked at this as a racial motivation? Think there was a murder of a black man?
That's what they tied together. There was a bar a mile or so away from the Lafayette Bar and Grill. The white man sold the bar to this black man because the bar was not making any business. But when the black man owned the business, then black people began to patronize the business, and the business became very lucrative. And now the white man wanted his bar back. And so the white man shotgunned this person. That was the night before.
So the police put together a scenario of a retaliation crime.
Exactly. This is what the prosecution said. The bar was known not to serve black people, and that the bartender, James Oliver, was a racist. And this is why they said that this particular bar was picked out in order to do this thing. And so they linked these two things together. This is an opportunity to get this loudmouth prize fighter off the streets. And also, I have to tell you the history of this particular Lafayette Bar and Grill, and I understand it better than anybody else do. This bar was a numbers drop. The 5 crime families of New York was fighting the crime families of New Jersey. Bayonne Joe Ziccarelli's family in New Jersey. And they were fighting for the numbers of these bars and for their illegal dealings. The police knew from the jump this was a mafia killer. The sergeant captain who stopped me had just chased the car out of the city on the highway going to New York. Paterson, New Jersey is 13 miles from here.
How did the press depict the case, and do you think they were objective?
News media is never objective, and particularly during the time when white people thought that black people were rising up against them all over the country. Fear that white people are being shot down in the streets, and that frightens people. What they said was that John Artis and I went into this bar in retaliation of this man being killed earlier that night, who we didn't know, and killed 4 people who we never seen or never knew or anything. And when they said that prize fighter, that mean, ugly guy who was considered to be a killer in the ring, was now considered to be a killer in the streets. A courtroom is not a place to search for the truth. A courtroom is a game between the prosecutor, the defense attorney, and the judge. And the defendant has nothing to do with what's going on, although the defendant will be the recipient of the results of what's going on.
Were you surprised by the verdict?
I was elated by the verdict of guilty with a recommendation of mercy. I was elated when that recommendation of mercy came, because it meant that the judge could not execute me. But let me tell you something, Joel. If that all-white jury thought for one single second that John Artis and Reuben Hurricane Carter had anything to do with the murder of these people, that jury would have burnt our asses to a bacon rind. There's no question about that. They knew that with all that the prosecutor had put forth, that they had not proved beyond a reasonable doubt that John Artis and Reuben Carter committed that crime. And they felt as though, well, maybe you didn't prove these guys did it, because Alfred Bellow and Officer Dexter Bradley was snakes. So I determined right then and there, okay, I'll go to prison. There's nothing else I can do, because if I don't, you will then kill me. But I'm not going to obey the prison's rules. I'm not going to eat their food. I'm not going to wear their clothing. I'm not going to wear the stripes of a guilty person. I only had me to work for me. And therefore, I needed all my time to work to regain my freedom, and I would not give 1 second of my time to work for this institution. And I'm going to study the law in order to get myself back in the court, and I'm going to write my autobiography, because our stories was not told in that courtroom. And I walked into that prison as a triple racist murderer. Not just a triple murderer, a triple racist murderer. And the prison was controlled by white people. There were no black guards working in the prison at that time. And therefore, I spent 10 of my 20 years in prison in solitary confinement, 6 feet under the ground, in total darkness. no sanitary conditions, no running waters, no toothbrush, 5 slices of stale bread and a cup of warm water to drink.
How did your career as a prize fighter in your training regimen help you deal with prison life?
Had I not been a prize fighter, had I not spent 10, 11 months out of a year in training camp, because I was considered as one of the most busiest fighters in the world, had I not been disciplined to the extent that prize fighting called for, I would never have been able to survive prison. Prison is total isolation. Prison is the lowest level of human existence that a human being can exist on without being dead.
Dylan wrote a song about the Black Panther leader in prison, one of the Soledad brothers named George Jackson.
George Jackson, yes. Everybody who was looking up over the prison walls, trying to stay above that system, we saw each other. I looked over the wall, I saw George Jackson down there in Soledad. I saw Nelson Mandela on Robben Island. I saw Leonard Peltier and Leavenworth. I saw everybody who was lifting themselves up from that level, looking up over the walls, trying to maintain their sanity. I corresponded with George Jackson and with all the rest of the Soledad brothers that was there.
Can you describe the circumstance of when you first met Bob Dylan?
Yeah, early 20s, and I was walking down the east side on 13th Street. This was purely a fateful event. I had my violin in my hand, and I was going to cross the street within probably seconds and go into a basement apartment to do a rehearsal. And within those few seconds, his car cut me off. He said, "Hey, can you play that thing?"
Did you recognize Dylan?
I did, but I'll say also that there were a lot of look-alike Dylan people running around the village.
Oh no, that's not a good thing.
But after a little bit of conversation, I thought, yeah.
Did you bail on your other rehearsal?
Oh, absolutely. He insisted on hearing me play, so I agreed, and we went to his studio on the east side. It was like a loft, really. Not a recording studio, just upright piano and acoustic guitar in the room. And that's when he started to play all the songs of what would be on Desire. ISIS, little bits of Mozambique, little bits of One More Cup of Coffee. Eventually moved over to the piano, and a small smile came to his face at some point.
How did you feel the violin was blending with a solo acoustic guitar?
You know, of all the experimentations I'd done to that moment, this was the one that sounded the absolute best. So we continued to play for many hours, actually. It got to be early evening, and he asked if I would like to go with him to the Bottom Line, which is a very well-known club in New York. And I said, "Oh, sure, I'd love to come." He told me Muddy Waters was playing. So I said, "Sure, I'd love to see Muddy Waters play." Of course, I had my violin with me. I had nowhere to put it, so brought it with me. You know, he went up on stage and performed with Muddy Waters, and the place really erupted in chaos, because those days when he really appeared in a club, it was quite an amazing thing. And I was just at the bar after one song. He said, went to the microphone and he said, "Well, on the next song, I'd like to introduce y'all to my violinist." Played with the whole Muddy Water band. They gave me a big solo, and they were all smiling, and we had a great time, and carried on into the wee hours of the night. That was really the live audition. It was, although I think he knew in his mind I was hired already.
How long did those jam sessions go on?
I think it went on for a couple weeks with various evening sessions, sitting in. It was really great fun.
He came in with shock. We all sat around, and then everybody came in. And Bob said, "We just wrote this song we were playing." And he did ISIS, performed ISIS. It was breathtaking. It was some song.
Did Jacques tell you what the song ISIS was about?
Yeah, it was a journey. It's a love song, but it's a journey.
Continuous shows. In the summer of '75, he came down to the bitter end. New York City. Ramblin' Jack needed a band, and so we backed him up. My band, Rockin' Rob and the Rebels, which consisted of Howie Wyeth, myself, and Ken Pine. But I think Dylan was down there to hear Ramblin' Jack, and in the course of things, he also heard me.
did Jacques contribute only lyrics or also music at some point with Dylan?
Jacques did not play an instrument. Jacques wrote an extraordinary narrative song, like Chestnut Mare, which is also a story. And he also is very good at internal rhymes. Bob wanted to know the way he thought about those things, how he constructed those things lyrically. He was very interested, strangely enough.
Where did they write all those songs together?
They wrote Isis at Jacques' apartment over on LaGuardia Place, above Bruno Bakery, and this piano. They realized they couldn't work in the city. There were just too many distractions. So Bob had a place out in the Hamptons, on Lily Pond Lane. They just holed up there and they worked on the album. And then I think Bob called Columbia and said, I have a new album I want to do and I want to come up and do it. And they said, okay.
Tell me about Jacques' knowledge of the Gallo family, and did he ever meet Joey?
Oh yeah, they were really good friends. They were great friends. Jacques worked with and was friends with Jerry Orbach. Jerry was doing a movie, The Gang That Couldn't Shoot Straight. And they were shooting in Little Italy. And Jerry was quite a character, Jerry Orbach. And he and Jacques were great good friends, and his wife Marta. Every Sunday night, Marta had a dinner. She invited everybody, everybody. A Broadway director and any star in between and literary people. It was fantastic. Anyway, Marta invited Bob to dinner. That meant a great deal to Jacques. He was very passionate about that song. And Bob loved the idea.
There's a tradition of glorifying outlaws.
Everybody who knew Joey was devastated by his death. You know, he has such a deep feeling for that kind of character of what Joey was, in a certain sense, an outlaw.
They asked the question in the song, what made them want to come and blow you away?
I think they were threatened by Joey being out, and knowing what Joey knew was a threat. There was a certain kind of life at that time in that world, and there are certain rules and a different hierarchy of values and things. It's not easy to see it from outside, but it was very much those warring families. They're still there, you know, they're still there.
When I wrote the 16th round, I then sent that book to my peers. I sent the book to Bob Dylan. I sent the book to Ellen Burstyn. I sent the book to Muhammad Ali. I sent the book to Diane Cannon. I sent the book to people of my peer group, and these people responded.
That you heard Blowing in the Wind, Times Are a Change, and these songs that were known as seminal songs of the protest movement.
Yes, I did, but they were white songs. You know what I mean, too?
Tell me what that means.
Well, Dylan was a folk singer. Black folks at that time were not into folk singing. We were into blues and soul and rhythm and all of that. And when he was coming back to California from England, he stopped at Trenton State Prison to visit me. And when I knew that Dylan was coming, I went and got all of his lyrics. And I sat there and I studied his lyrics. I studied them good, which, by the way, I never really heard sung until last night when I was listening to you. Then I was able to understand the lyrics in all of its context. Hattie Carroll, he was singing all the protest songs, Blowing in the Wind. He was singing all these things, you know.
Did you know a song about Emmett Till?
Yes, I did.
With Donald White.
Yes, sir.
Davy Moore.
Yes.
Who killed Davy Moore?
Yes.
Ballad of Hollis Brown.
Yeah, there you go. And by reading Dylan's lyrics and listening to his songs, just as I listened to you last night, you could see where Dylan was coming from. And I saw that Dylan was really on a journey. When Bob Dylan came to see me, Bob entered that prison as nobody else ever did. I mean, everyone else who ever come to see me, the first thing they want to know was, Ruben, are you guilty? Or are you innocent? Bob Dylan didn't care about that. He didn't want to know that. He looked at me and said, who are you, man? what are you? Are you what I am seeing? Just as I was asking myself, Dylan, are you what I'm seeing? I said, Bob, you are a 16-cylinder man operating on 4 cylinders. Dylan and I hit it off quite quickly and quite well. I mean, we were both entertainers. He being a troubadour, me being a prize fighter. We both had family tragedies. His family was escaping from the Russian Tsar. My family was escaping from segregation. We thought that we had an obligation to speak out for our people. That's what Dylan was doing, and that's what I was doing. And so we talked the first day, 8, 9, 10 hours. We talked about some of everything. And I thought that was the end of it. I didn't know Bob Dylan was gonna write a song. He didn't know he was gonna write a song. The next day, Bob was back. And we talked another 8, 9, 10 hours. The next day, Bob was back again. And we talked another 8, 9, 10 hours. And then Bob went away. And I said, okay.
Bob wanted to do a song about hurricane. That was very much on his mind. And Jacques knew all about that, and he knew about the whole case.
A week later, he came back. He had a demo. And the demo was the hurricane. And I listened to it, and I said, wow, listen to what this genius has put together. He took 6 weeks of trial and a whole many, many years and put it in that song. You know, the song wasn't the regular length of a recording, which is 2 minutes and something. This took 8 minutes and 30-some odd seconds, you know. But it was a powerful piece of writing.
Hurricane was done originally like a dirge. It was very slow. And there was a backup of these black singers. But Bob, you know, one of the things that Jacques used to say is that you could never know how Bob would phrase something. You would think that it couldn't be possible for him to the way he phrased things. So you would never know until he sang the song what the shape of the song really was going to be.
And Dylan, because he recorded that song Hurricane, just as it was at the concert last night, there were few, if any, black folks in the audience. And yet your audience, they all applauded. You know, that's what Dylan did. He moved this case from being totally black into the whole world.
If you listen to the beginning of Hurricane, it's a scene. Pistol shots rang out in bar room night. Enter Patty Valentine from the upper hall. She sees the bartender in a pool of blood, cries out, "My God, they've killed them all."
When you first heard the song, did you think that was an accurate reflection of your book and your case?
That was more accurate than anything that I could ever imagine. I couldn't have put that together in the way Bob Dylan put that together.
I think they both very much wanted to tell this story very clearly, concisely, and completely. And they did it.
At what point did you understand that you would be hired to help record on his album?
He called me personally and said, I want you to show up Columbia Studios tomorrow. And we're going to start my newest record, and I want you on it. I believe he was calling me from prison where he was with Reuben Hurricane Carter at the time.
A few days after Bob came down to the bitter end and heard my band playing, I got a phone call from his producer, Don DeVito, at Columbia Records. And DeVito asked me to come down and listen to what was going on with Bob's recording, which was the material for Desire. It wasn't an invitation to play or anything. He just wanted to sound me out on some things. Apparently Bob had asked him to have me show up.
What did you see when you got there? What was going on?
I came upon a scene of great confusion. They had no idea how they were going to record these tunes. There was a large party atmosphere with Eric Clapton, Dave Mason, the English group Kokomo, and all of their various hangers-on, plus a lot of other people.
Members of Kokomo and Eric Clapton, and it was quite an enormous amount of people, actually. Having had no experience, did not really know where I fit into all of this at all.
It wasn't very conducive towards getting the songs recorded, especially because Bob, he likes to leave things to chance to immortalize his music. There was a little too much of that going on, and it didn't seem like it was a very organized situation.
It was really wonderful to be in the mix of all that, but I didn't know how it was all going to relate to the final album.
I mean, everybody wants to watch a Bob Dylan recording session. It was just totally out of hand with all of the people around there. In fact, they had to open up the studio next door and have a caterer come in to accommodate all of the people there.
Had anything actually been recorded at that time?
Oh yeah, they were recording all kinds of stuff. They kept trying all the songs that eventually became Desire, but they were all just a hodgepodge. The musicians seemed to be taking the approach of let's do take after take until we get it right and rehearsing it, the standard way that people work. But that's not the way Bob works, and I knew from my experience having listened to Bob that it seemed that spontaneity is the way that you capture Bob's music. So DeVito took me aside and asked me what was going on, as did Bob Dylan, and I expressed my opinion that I didn't think that this was happening because there were too many people and it was too disorganized. They asked me what would I do in this situation, and I told them I would come back the next night without all these people, send everybody home, and just come back with a smaller group. Well, what smaller group would you suggest? I said, well, you know that group you heard me play with last week at the bitter end? Did you like them? Yeah, sure, they liked them. So I said, we'll just have my band come and back you up, and it'll sound great. And so they took me on my offer, and the next night I showed up with just Howie Wyeth and Scarlett Rivera, who was the only one of the people from the previous nights who I suggested that they keep, because she had a really nice sound.
Lo and behold, I went into the studio the following day and it was just Howie Wyeth, Rob Stoner, and myself.
With a small group like that, I told them that we'd get a better, quicker result.
How did the sessions go from there with a smaller group?
It was immediately more intimate, probably more sensitive, more in tune with what he really wanted those songs to reflect instrumentally.
And everything went very smoothly. We recorded almost the entire album that very night.
And so your band had never played these songs before?
No, we'd never even heard them.
And would they have lead sheets for you? How did you get
No. It was Jacques Levy had lyric sheets. I was the only one who was really responsible for chord changes, being the only rhythm section member who had to make the chord changes. Scarlett was already sort of familiar with the tunes.
How would you describe Dylan's recording style in the studio?
Very intuitive. I mean, he was not dictating what you were going to play and how you were going to play it. I was allowed to create my own parts and create, the dynamics with the words and the vocals and the energy that would sort of characterize it. And he allowed me all that freedom.
I would just watch Bob's hands, because I'd worked behind folk singers many times without rehearsal. If you watch their hands, you can see what chord they're about to make, right, what chord shape is coming along, and you watch the muscles on their hands start to relax and change. You know when a chord change is coming. You watch the foot. Even if they're improvising, even if they're playing out of meter, you can stay with a folk singer.
Probably the most direction he gave me was, go an octave below. And that's it. And, of course, when he started to play his harmonica, I stopped, put the violin down, and he said, no, keep playing. Yeah. So he made it very clear that he wanted a duet with his harmonica.
And was Bob doing his vocals at the same time, or would that be an overdub?
Nah, he never overdubbed. He would play and sing at the same time.
There was no overdubs.
That was it?
That was it. And he, if he made a mistake or something, he's like, okay, that stays,
You had to get it all right that way, because his vocal is bleeding into the guitar mic and vice versa. So it's just like people used to record before they had separation.
And Emmylou Harris was singing Oh Sister. And I'd never really heard anything quite like that. It reminded me a lot of the old, Barbara Allen, and that almost like a ballad kind of thing. It just made chills go up and down your spine. And Bob did Sarah. I sang Sarah to Sarah. That was quite interesting.
The night that we did Sarah, which I believe is the second night of recording, Bob introduced me to her and said, this is Sarah, and we're going to do a song for her tonight. And she was standing in the booth, I remember. as we were in the studio recording that tune that night.
How did she react to the song in her name?
She's a pretty taciturn person. I could never really read her too well.
I think she could not help but be moved by that song. I think she was deeply moved by it.
And what was Don DeVito and Dylan's mood after that session that you knocked them all out?
They were elated that finally, after all of this unsuccessful attempts to get these tunes in the can, they finally got a cohesive sound, which was a distinctive sound. I mean, as the sound of the Desire album will bear me out, it's a great sound, and there it was.
What songs do you particularly remember that you liked?
Well, I thought Hurricane was a very important song because I could see the importance of Bob getting involved in something political again. He was very passionate about the song. It was a long song.
Did you guys have to come back later and recut Hurricane because of some need to change the facts of the lyrics that were incorrect?
Apparently the legal department at Columbia had decided that some of the original lyrics were libelous towards some of the characters in the case. And because of this, they had to go back and change some of the lyrics around.
Had you heard of the boxer Reuben Hurricane Carter?
I was not aware of Hurricane Carter before the song. Interestingly, I was a disc jockey at the time, and I'll never forget going back to my locker after a shift one night. I opened the locker doors, and there was a picture sleeve with this boxer on it. You know, this real strong picture of Carter. But it was like, what's this record? Is it like a sports record or something? And I pulled out the vinyl. It was the new Dylan single. I couldn't believe it.
It was exciting. It was about something. It was really powerful, and you know, nobody heard of this case before, and it was a dramatic moment. That was a good one. That was better than George Jackson, which nobody remembers.
Were you impacted by the story?
It would be hard not to be impacted because Dylan's sincerity was so strong, and for heaven's sake, he goes on for 8 minutes. In fact, I'm probably guilty, like a lot of Dylan fans, of just automatically agreeing with Bob without looking into the facts ourselves and just feeling compassion for Carter.
Bob had expressed to me an interest in, said, hey, this band sounds great. How would you like to go out and do some gigs? Thought it was just loose talk. I thought nothing of it. And a few weeks later, I got this phone call from Bob's office telling me that we were going to go to Chicago and do a gig. We were going to go do a TV show. He wanted the same group that had been in the studio to back him up on TV. And I thought, wow, this definitely portends well. He wants us to be his live backup band, not just the studio, but do a gig. It was a tribute to John Hammond, featuring many of the artists whom John Hammond had worked with over the years.
Plus co-host Jerry Wexler, and of course, John Hammond.
John and I were great friends. For the first year when Dylan bombed the whole year, the administration at Columbia was calling him Hammond's folly. We suits are supposed to be inclined that way. We're not supposed to recognize talent. So maybe the suits over at Columbia were even more retarded than we were.
I was 22 years old. I was the youngest record producer ever at Columbia Records. The sales of the first record called Bob Dylan, I think, I'm serious with this number, sold maybe 6,000 or 7,000 copies. It did very poorly.
What was considered a successful first album?
A successful album would be a minimum maybe of 25,000 or 50,000. The head of A&R didn't like the record at all. They thought that that John Hammond had made a major mistake. Subjectively, Dylan had all things wrong with him. He had these 6 to 8 minute songs. He wasn't the handsomest guy in the world. They were cookie cutter guys at the time like Fabian or Frankie Avalon. He was not a pop writer. He was more of a folk or a spokesman. He didn't have a band. He was playing with a rigged up harmonica to his guitar, and he was not writing necessarily I Love You songs.
Was there any movement to drop Dylan at that time from the CBS roster?
Yes, the head of A&R politically did not get along with John Hammond. I was 22 years old, and idealistically stood up at an A&R meeting, a producers meeting, and said, we can't drop him. And the head of A&R said, why not? He's not selling any records. I said, because he's such a magnificent songwriter, we could get the first dibs of his songs for other artists that we have on the label.
Was that your first time on live TV? And what do you remember from that show?
As it got closer, I really was getting terrified. Howie Wyeth was the guy that helped me calm down. He was so sweet and extremely laid back.
Okay.
You know, and he said, oh, piece of cake. Don't worry about the people in front of you. Just tune into us. That's it. And I went for a walk also, and I found myself in an art gallery. And I saw this amazing painting. It was called The Joker. Very mysterious looking guy throwing all of his cards up in the air. So I bought it and I gave it to him later. It seemed like an aspect of him, which is why I bought it. It was the man in so much control. All the cards up in the air were, you know, a part of him.
At the TV show, we did 2 songs which I had played with him before, namely 2 songs from the Desire album that we just recently recorded, Oh Sister and Hurricane, and we did a song which I'd never played with him, which was Simple Twist of Fate.
Was that the first time he sang Hurricane live?
I believe it was. It was incredible. I really feel the energy was driven a lot by the violin. The words really brought out a lot of energy from me too.
When did you first find out about the Bob Dylan Rolling Thunder Revue tour plans, and how did it come about?
I was playing at the bitter end in the spring of '75, and we had a wonderful night in there. Bob was there, and I think Dave Van Ronk and Bobby Newworth, and Bob did a song or 2. I went in the dressing room and cooled off, got paid, and Bob came out of the neighboring bar and handed me a glass of wine right in the doorway. And he said, "We've got an idea. We've been thinking about doing a tour with a bus. Maybe you and me and Joan Baez and Bob Newworth. And we'll play little venues, small halls. Could you dig it?" And I said, "Count me in, Bob. I'll drink to that." Click. And that's how it all began. 6 months later, I was back at the bitter end again. After the show, we went over to Bob Newworth's apartment and he called Bob Dylan in LA. Talked to him for about a half an hour. And then he put me on the phone. And Bob said, "You remember that thing we were talking about? The tour?" I said, "Oh, you bet. We're going to start doing it in November in New York." I said, "I'll see you in New York in November." And I handed the phone back to Newworth. It was 2 of the briefest conversations I've ever had in my life.
How did the idea for the Rolling Thunder Revue develop after the Desire recording session?
Bob had told me that he had this idea for a traveling musical carnival, and him being just one of the acts. It was the next step he wanted to make after the big stadium tour of '74. He wanted to do something that was a little wilder and more off the cuff.
I got my call from him and I really didn't know what was being planned. I mean, I was not involved in the planning, but I got the call. I was so excited about it. Oh, this is going to be a wonderful tour.
What was your understanding about what the tour would be about?
Norman, who was very powerful influence, I think, on Bob. And Norman loved this film, Les Enfants du Paradis, and he showed Bob the film. And there's a character in that film who's in whiteface. He's the mime. He was played by Jean-Louis Barrault, a great French mime. It's a very romantic film. It's a very dark film. It was made actually during the time that Paris was occupied by the Nazis. And what the film is about a traveling band of actors, real theater, street theater, mime, and the children of paradise are the ones that sit way, way up below the eaves.
We're at the Gramercy Park, Bob Dylan's room, and having a long conversation with Ronnie Blakely, who wasn't sure she really wanted to come. Bob invited her, but she was supposed to go record down in Muscle Shoals. I said, "You know, you might want to postpone your recording session and come with us. I think Bob really would like to have you along, and I think we'll all have a wonderful time." And she thought it over, and the next day she called Bob and said, "I'm coming." Same thing happened with this English guy who I didn't even know, I just liked him, Mick Ronson. I said, "Mick, I know you're busy with your band." He had a band of his own that was just getting ready to start touring. I said, "You could plant your band on a farm somewhere in Pennsylvania for a month. Just let them live there. Come with us, because you won't regret it. I think we're going to have the best time in our lives. He thought about it. Next day, he called Bob and said, I'm coming.
How did the rehearsals go for this tour before you set out on the road?
When I showed up at Studio Instrument Rentals, SIR on 52nd Street, first rehearsals of what was to become the Rolling Thunder Revue, it was a gradual process. And we would just be in there for all day, for days at a time, to cull through everybody's best material, because it was such a huge undertaking. It was something like 8 or 10 acts, separate acts, besides Bob Dylan.
There were a lot of guitar players.
This was once again a very confused scene. I only took over as the band leader because nobody else was doing it, so I ended up doing it by default, because I figured if somebody didn't organize this thing, it was just going to fall apart into a chaotic mess. Somebody had to step in and say, you play here, don't play here, don't. In any group, this has to be done.
Did that make you popular for getting it organized, or less popular
Both.
for taking charge?
Both.
I'm sure I heard about it like people back then heard so many things in Rolling Stone magazine's Random Notes section. Obviously, it's a total left turn from what he had just done with the band, which could almost be called a corporate tour, which was largely about the bucks, as well as coming back out in the public. One could certainly speculate quite easily that he wanted a much looser arrangement, more like the Greenwich Village coffee days. Friends, family, dogs, pets, everybody come along.
All right, so Jack, tell me about those first few shows. Tell me about the tour, the Rolling Thunder Revue.
It was very exciting from the first. Left New York. I remember the bus driver let me drive the bus, and it was Frank Zappa's bus that he'd loaned to us. Bus called Fido, P-H-Y-D-E-A-U-X, Fido. Had a cartoon of a dog running with long flappy ears. I drove Fido for a couple hours going up through New England. Our first place to go was at the base of Cape Cod, an undisclosed location. We didn't know where we were. We had an idea we were somewhere near Cape Cod. We could tell that by the ocean and so forth. We were at a hotel. The hotel was pretty deserted except for a group of elderly women who were having a Mahjong festival there. It was just them and us. And they didn't know who Bob Dylan was. We did do an informal private concert for these women as a kind of a practice thing. We went through a lot of our numbers for the benefit of these elderly women with the Mahjong festival. And I remember how funny it was to see Allen Ginsberg reciting poetry for these elderly women, and seeing their funny reactions to him, because they'd never seen anything like that, I'm sure. Or me, or Bob, or Joan. They just were, real square. And it was fun, and it was a good way to do a first kind of a dress rehearsal of the show. The first show took place a couple of days later further up in Massachusetts, the other side of the Cape, a place called Plymouth, where the Pilgrims landed. And there was a ship that I had worked on the rigging when they built her over in England a few years before, in 1957, the Mayflower replica. And they filmed some film shots on board.
In the early reviews from the shows like Plymouth, they said the audience could actually talk to him and he would respond, the close-up nature.
We were never told anything about what we were going to do the next day. We were kept, it was part of the rigid military policy of secrecy. And that contributed to our feeling of that it was a dream. We were living a dream.
Even in the cities, the people in that city didn't know there was a show until he got there.
What did you think of the concept of playing small venues on very short notice?
I thought that was a very exciting move. We'd come into a town and they would announce the tickets going on sale the same day through some small venue like college radio station or something, and the thing would be sold out in a few minutes. It was very exciting.
People would say, you'd walk around town, people would say, yeah, right, Bob Dylan's going to come play at such and such a place. I'd say, well, why don't you go and see?
What did this tour mean to you, Bob, Joan? Did you feel you were coming full circle? Did you feel you were resurrecting something from the past? How did you feel together on this journey?
That's good. I think we were resurrecting. The circle was open. It was like a large letter C coming around it. We'd been more than halfway around the circle. I felt that we all had more to go in the future. This was not the end of things, but it was maybe a new beginning.
Bob would do about 15 or 20 minutes at the end of each half of the show. There was 2 halves of the show with an intermission. It was about a 4-hour show. After that, then we brought out Ramblin' Jack Elliott and Joan Baez and Roger McGuinn, and Joni Mitchell was along for part of it, and various guests.
I was on early in the program. First there was this band called Guam with Bobby Newworth and Mick Ronson, T-Bone Burnett, and the fiddle player, Scarlett Rivera. And after they played about a half an hour set, they did about 6 or 7 songs, then they'd bring me on and I'd play my brief set, which was less than a half an hour, I think. And then I'd come off and Bob would come rushing on and he'd hit me on the elbow and say, "Good set, Jack." And that was kind of a routine thing. "Good set, Jack." And he'd hit me on the elbow and run on. So I felt like I was the one that was introducing him, but I didn't actually verbally introduce him. I didn't say, "And now I'd like to present my old friend Bob." I didn't do that. I left and he came running on.
Jacques was directing this Rolling Thunder revue, which was a revue. He had arranged the musicians on the stage. Visually, you can imagine, Roger with his, and Scarlett Rivera. Scarlett was, this great mystery, this kind of gypsy-looking fabulous creature, and playing this kind of gypsy-type violin. It was hard to take your eyes off her. She could hold her own there with Bob. It was a kind of a lovely counterpoint to see the two of them on the stage and this kind of drama. To do one more cup of coffee and the two of them would be looking at each other and you get chills.
What were the songs in your set that you played every night?
I only played about 4 or 5 tunes, and I would vary them from one night to another, but I had certain 3 or so that were standard. The Mule Skinner Blues, the San Francisco Bay Blues.
How were Jack Elliott's performances?
Very energetic performance, Ramblin' Jack. He did his cowboy shtick, as only he can. We even had him playing a Stratocaster at one point. It died in the Wolf Folky, rocking out, going electric.
At what point did you join the full band?
They came on and joined me at my last number of my set, a song called Salt Park, West Virginia. So I went off with a big bang.
Dylan appears to have boundless energy, incredible strength of performance in every syllable, let alone every song. Did he keep that up throughout the tour?
Absolutely. I mean, he was electric during those tours. When he sang Along the Watchtower, it was just riveting. His words were like staccato bullets. Every song had a peak energy.
What was the interaction and relationship like between Dylan and Joan Baez as the tour went on?
They seemed to have a genuine affection for each other.
When Bob came out, he would come out in the second part of the show, and he would be in whiteface. And Joan Baez came out, also in whiteface, and the light would be just on the two of them, singing together as a duet. And they both wore the same clothing and the same hat, and then you realized who was who.
The sound of their voices together was amazing. I loved Dark as a Dungeon and Railroad Boy. Those were some great duets.
He takes a strange girl on his knee, and he tells her what he won't tell me.
Never Let Me Go, that was another great one, the Johnny Ace song.
Why was Dylan and others wearing face makeup during the tour?
That was part of the carnival atmosphere.
At one point, somebody in the audience said, "Why are you wearing that?" He said, "Because I want you to hear my words, not look at my face." It was all symbolic for me. I did the butterfly face and the spider's web, and I did some triangles in my forehead with a knife, great sword, kind of an Arthurian kind of looking sword in it.
What was Allen Ginsberg's role on the tour as a poet?
Well, Allen actually performed. Allen would had a thing he did with his Tibetan bells and
Well, I remember Allen Ginsberg looking like a jerk. He shouldn't have been on the program. He wanted to be Bob and be with Bob.
Each particular artist had a moment to do a song of their own. There was a very clear running order and a rhythm to the show, and then Bob would come in. It was a very, very tight act. It was very theatrical, especially the first part of the tour. It remained that way, but it took a different character after Boston because the venues became so big.
Did the musical arrangements of these songs sometimes change from night to night, and how did the band handle that?
It was very iffy. I mean, there were so many variables. I would have a meeting with Bob, and if Bob wanted to do something different, I would have to have a meeting with the band and convey it to them, and I'd tell them all just to watch me for cues, and we'd handle whatever came up.
People would say, I didn't know, what song is that? Where is he singing? I thought it was this. I heard the words, but that's not the song he's singing. He didn't sing it like he sang it before. He would change what he was doing. On the stage, they wouldn't expect it to be a certain way.
It was actually fun being on your toes all the time. You never knew what was going to come next.
I found the arrangements not difficult to follow. I was very cued in to him. I stood at his side, was able to, of course, look at the band as well.
I mean, he had a regular running order, but he would change with the way he was singing something. He likes to sing a song the way he wants to sing a song now.
How did someone like Mick Ronson, who played with David Bowie, how did he handle this Dylan style of changing things up?
Well, Mick was a great all-around musician, and I think he welcomed the improvisatory nature of what we were doing.
Felt like it was a circus, like being on the circus.
He was incredibly generous. I mean, he allowed members of the band, myself included, to come along on this traveling show.
Wives, girlfriends, hangers-on, was it a unwieldy traveling group, and did that cause any issues as time went on?
It was a large entourage as time went on. For me, being the only female in the band, I sometimes was a target of a little bit of envy and the girlfriends, and that I did not really like. I didn't like it. I mean, I was very shy at the time, and it was just enough for me to get on stage and do what I had to do. And
everybody did seem to have at least one significant other with them. It was pretty large. It was definitely like a circus.
As far as entourage goes, that was a pretty negative impact on me. On one show, it was in Toronto actually. Many people filtering in and out of the dressing room that I did not know. And lo and behold, evidently somebody had spiked my drink with a drug.
A drug, oh
yeah,
boy.
Yeah. And this is a big show. I mean, with 5,000 seat hall. And this drug did not come on immediately. It came off actually quite slowly. So the show had already started when it hit. It was a hallucinogenic drug. And I was absolutely mortified that I wouldn't be able to get on stage. I asked 2 security guards to take me by both hands and arms. And when I walked on that stage, I was totally out of my mind. I was horrified, but I was not going to let him down. You know, just used my will to the greatest degree possible to force myself back into the song, into the moment, and to, you know, finish that song. That was one consequence of the entourage that I found pretty unsavory.
What prison were you located in at that time?
I was located in Trenton State Prison in Trenton, New Jersey. Dylan, from his own volition, he wanted to do a concert in the prison where I was. Johnny Cash was really the only person at that time who were going into Folsom prisons and San Quentin and other prisons to do his song, A Man Named Sue. You know? So the day before the concert in Madison Square Garden, Bob Dylan, Joni Baez, Roberta Flack, Allen Ginsberg came to Clinton State Prison for Women, where I had been transferred from Trenton State Prison to a prison full of women. You know, because I had so much publicity, so much light was shining on me that they had to get me out of Trenton State Prison, which is the hellhole of the state of New Jersey. Unless you've ever been in a prison with women, you'll never understand anything. The women, they weren't women, they were inmates. No femininity at all, you know. It was really sad. The people who lived outside of the fence, they were breaking into the prison. They were climbing the fences to get into the prison because they wanted to see Bob Dylan. So you had people breaking into the prison rather than breaking out of the prison.
How much press was there?
Huge. A lot of press. It was on all of the evening news shows.
I love it. I think it's a fantastic piece of work being done by Bob Dylan. I think the man is a genius. But even in his genius, even in his wisdom, he couldn't put all these facts together within the 2 or 3 minutes. It took him 8 minutes to put them together.
It's been an incredible tour. A lot of that's due to Bob Dylan, who was really sweet.
Who was in the audience and how did they react to this show of folk singers?
The audience was the inmates at the institution. They weren't Dylan fans or Baez fans or Joni Mitchell fans or anything. It just seemed to be an afternoon's diversion for them.
They didn't act like they were real thrilled to see us or to have any entertainment from white people, because most of the inmates in that prison were black. And they were mostly, looked like pretty much street people. So they weren't real smiley about it.
It was quite an awesome, kind of frightening experience, really. There was a lot of aggression. You just could feel the aggression in the room.
I was one of the few people that they seemed like they were smiling and tapping their foot when I did San Francisco Bay Blues. Because I did spend a little time hanging out with some Southern people and some black folks. I remember one time getting picked up by some black folks in the South, hitchhiking back from Florida, and they stopped in at a bar, and it was a black bar. I was the only white boy around, and I had my guitar. They liked the cowboy hat, they liked the guitar. And we came in and the jukebox was playing, and I remember the fellow that drove the car said to the bartender, "Pull the plug out the piccolo, we got some live music." So I felt at ease there, and I kind of felt that I was not going to have any problem. I could relate to what they were feeling.
How did Bob Dylan's performance go over? What did you think of it?
Oh, Bob Dylan's performance was great. He was great, and everybody got into it. Just as they got into your concert last night. Everybody got into it. You know, and that's what hurt Joni Mitchell, because everybody was into everybody else. They were into Roberta Flack. They were into everybody else, except Joni Mitchell.
I got the definite impression that they didn't like Joni Mitchell. Her music style was totally lost upon them because she was like whitewashing it with that Canadian. She didn't have an ounce of color or rhythm or blues, not to their ear.
Right. Because Joni Mitchell was booed on the stage, Joni Mitchell felt as though I could have stopped that, you know, which is absolutely false. And in fact, Joni Mitchell came up to me, you know, after that and said, "Ruben, you're a jive-ass nigga."
Really?
That's what she said. She said, "You're a jive-ass nigga."
What'd you say back to her?
I told her, I said, "You don't know what you're into. You thought I had control of these people. I have no control of these people. I don't want to control these people. You should have controlled them with your voice. It was your problem that they booed you, not mine. I had nothing to do. I was sitting in the audience. You're the one performing up there." And the fact that I was in Clinton, there were no bars. You know, and he wanted to take a picture of me and Dylan on opposite side of the bars. That, "Where's the bars? They're supposed to be a prison. Where's the bars?" And then he saw a gate that was on top. And he said, "Does that come down?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "Bring it down." So they brought the gate down, and Dylan was on one side of the gate, and I was on the other side of the gate.
The other inmates, were they supportive of you, or did you feel there was any jealousy over all the attention and help you were getting with your case?
I never had any problem with prisoners. Prisoners understood where I was coming from. They understood that I felt as though a crime was committed against me, and that I was against this prison administration.
tour culminated in a show at Madison Square Garden deemed the Night of the Hurricane.
The Night of the Hurricane.
Bob Dylan was there with the entire Rolling Thunder Revue, as was Muhammad Ali.
Yes.
And I understand you listened to the concert on the phone.
On the telephone, yes.
Were you able to speak to the
crowd? Yes, I thank the crowd for having been, for being there.
Well, it was great to be playing my hometown, New York City, and to be playing the Garden especially. And I remember it being a very festive occasion with a lot of guest stars, because we would pick up different guest artists at various towns along the way. And of course, New York has more great local people than anybody else. So we had Roberta Flack that night, Richie Havens.
Powerful performance that night. Not that every night wasn't, but I think in particular that night was.
Reuben was making a real political, and in fact everybody, Bob included, was trying to make a real political issue out of his incarceration.
One of Madison Square Garden's most beloved people, who was used to playing there to vast applause, was heavyweight champion of the world. Muhammad Ali said that statement about Governor of Tennessee. He was booed off stage, and then I came on with a big applause. So in a way, I beat the heavyweight champion of the world.
All right.
In Madison Square Garden.
It was more driven by the feeling of the emblematic song of the tour, which was Hurricane.
They had Hurricane Carter on the telephone, live phone connection to the sound system, where everybody heard him on the phone saying, they said, well, this is the night of Hurricane, and here, we're dedicating this show to you, Hurricane.
Dylan got on the phone with me and said, Reuben, I hear that the governor is going to give you a pardon. Should I announce that? So I said, well, I don't know about that. I didn't hear anything about that. I don't know how you heard about that. But that was a rumor that had been started at the concert. I never asked for a pardon. I refused to accept the pardon. I refused to accept clemency, because by law, if you ask for a pardon or receive a pardon, you have conceded your guilt to that crime. And I would never concede guilt to that crime. So I would never ask for a pardon. I would never ask for clemency. I wanted clear vindication right down the line.
And did money from that concert go to your defense fund?
Yes, it did. From the Madison Square Garden concert, Dylan donated $125,000.
When the first Rolling Thunder tour ended with the Madison Square Garden show, did you have any inkling that the tour would continue?
I did, because it was such a powerful and magical experience, and I knew he was happy with the result. Outrageous reviews worldwide. The tour was an enormous, sensation, really.
What thoughts had occurred to you watching him in so many scenarios, night after night?
It was confirmed for me that I was with a living genius on the level of Shakespeare of our time. Just profound, prolific and profound.
The next Rolling Thunder Revue, I didn't get to go on it. Sometime early in 1976, I knew they were planning to go on the road. In fact, I visited Bob at his house to ask him what's happening. And I asked Bob about it. He said he didn't have anything to do with choosing who goes. He said, I heard a rumor that Joan Baez is going and Kinky Friedman. Didn't say anything about me, pro or con. He was busy practicing some riffs on a beautiful guitar that I'd never seen before.
Did Bob indicate you'd be starting up after the new year?
I had no idea if I'd ever hear from him again at that time. Every time he called me for a new gig, I was always surprised.
A lot of songs from Blood on the Tracks.
That's right.
Entered the set.
I thought it added tremendously and went along great with the Desire music.
He was the most passionate about his most recent work. Bob didn't want to be doing his golden oldies so much, which he ended up having to do in '78 anyway. By the time we did the tour in '76, he didn't want to do the same exact show again, so the most recent work that he had left was the stuff from the previous album.
My favorite to play along with was Tangled Up in Blue.
The day that they started their first concert on that second tour, which was at the Astrodome in Houston, I was in the office of the Grateful Dead, and I was up there to get my mail at the Grateful Dead office, and someone said, "Jack, why aren't you in Houston?" I said, "Well, why should I be in Houston?" They'd read about it in Variety. He said, "I believe that Rolling Thunder Revue is starting up today in Houston." I said, "Is it?" "No kidding." "Well, thanks a lot. Nobody told me about this." So I phoned a hotel in Houston, and I got Bob Newirth on the phone. And he says, "Where are you?" And I said, I'm in San Rafael, California. "Where are you?" He said, "We're in a hotel in Houston. We got a hotel room for you, and your name is up on the marquee." I said, "Well, thanks a lot. Why doesn't somebody tell me these things?" Nobody had got in touch with me to tell me that they were going on the Rolling Thunder Revue.
Did you rush to go and join the tour at that point?
No, I just figured if they're going to be that disorganized, I was a little bit disgusted with the whole deal, and I just figured to relax. Maybe I'm not supposed to be on this tour. And in fact, I got the feeling that Kinky Friedman had taken my place.
The tour stopped in Houston at the Astrodome for a second night of the hurricane in a stadium.
Well, it's kind of a shocking place to perform in. It's just like massive football field size.
We had played, for instance, Madison Square Garden and the Boston Garden and some Toronto Maple Leafs joint, some big places. It was just like way, way bigger, and that's why they needed the extra acts to help with the draw. But I saw the reason for that being that they wanted to raise as much money as possible because it was a fundraiser.
At that concert, there was Isaac Hayes, Stevie Wonder, and Dylan and others, and the concert went great. The mayor of Houston, Texas, presented my wife and daughter with the American flag, in support of my claim of innocence.
I got a chance to meet Willie Nelson that day. His security guards, which were mostly ex-cons, were chasing me around backstage, just sort of. I found myself kind of hiding in various rooms, and he found out about it later and sent me 24 yellow roses the next day.
Were they from Willie or from the security guards?
No, from Willie, yeah.
After that concert, that's when the New Jersey State Supreme Court handed their decision down that overturned the conviction. That is what I was working for, to get the courts to overturn this conviction so I can have a new trial where all the facts could come out. What surprised me was that after the case was overturned, John Artis and I still remained in prison. And I called up the Chief Justice of the State Supreme Court, Justice Hughes at that time, and he was vacationing somewhere in Idaho on the river fishing. And I said, "Judge, I really appreciate the court overturning our conviction, but what are we still doing here in prison?" He said, "Reuben," he said, "we thought the same thing afterwards, that we didn't go further enough. We should have ordered a bail hearing for you, and I am ordering that for you today." I was brought out to court, and Muhammad Ali came, because when Muhammad Ali went to fight George Foreman for the world's heavyweight title, Muhammad Ali visited me in prison before he left. He said, "Reuben, this fight is for you. I'm going to get my championship back, and then I'm coming to get you." It was Muhammad Ali who paid for my bail and for John Artis's bail. And then I got in the limousine with Muhammad Ali. Muhammad asked me, he said, "Reuben, do you have any money? I've been in prison for 10 years. I ain't got no money." And he took out a wad of bills, $100 bills, and said, "Here." You couldn't have a better friend than Muhammad Ali has been to me. Never did he refuse to do anything that I asked him to do. And it was the same thing with Dylan. That showed their commitment to what they believed in, and they were putting their actions behind their belief.
The band traveled to Florida and rehearsed in Clearwater.
Barry Imhoff, who was our promoter at the time, had rented out a large old resort hotel in Clearwater, and we all were living and rehearsing in the ballroom there.
Do you remember Phil Oakes wanting to join the second Rolling Thunder tour?
Phil Oakes was one of the people who had gone down there and done a few tunes, but Phil was in pretty bad shape at that time and ended up not being asked to come.
Do you remember Phil Oakes' suicide?
Yes, I do recall the day that Bob was told. I think it took him by great surprise, and he was very visibly moved by that and upset.
There was conjecture, of course, that one of the final disappointments of his life had been not being invited to go on the tour, but who's to say? During that particular point, Bob was really not too involved in the rehearsals. He wouldn't show up very often. He had hit upon a method of having me do dummy vocals, fronting the band, just to get the arrangements tight. Then he would show up when everything was all together.
There was an idea to film one of the shows.
Yeah, well, apparently Bob had made a deal with ABC. He was going to immortalize one of the Rolling Thunder shows for network television. It was incumbent on him to provide this footage, and he was going to do it at his own expense. The first attempt to do this was during the rehearsals at this hotel. Seemed like the cheapest way to do it. We were all there already, and the hotel ballroom was there. It was produced by Bert Sugarman, who was a TV producer who produced a popular TV show at the time called Midnight Special. He set up scaffolding all around the hotel ballroom and invited in some kids to populate the audience. Apparently Bob didn't like the result, so it was incumbent upon him to provide some other footage of the Revue, which he eventually ended up doing at the last show of that tour in Fort Collins, Colorado.
Tell me about that last show in the filming there in Fort Collins.
The show at Fort Collins was a huge outdoor stadium, and when we arrived, it kept raining for days. And the show kept being postponed. I think it was postponed for like 3 or 4 consecutive days. Meanwhile, the TV crew is sitting around getting paid by Bob.
This final album, which was Ode to Columbia, was postponed numerous times, and it failed numerous times for one reason or another. It just didn't click, or Dylan wasn't happy with the musical results of the show. So this was the final opportunity, I guess, as far as Columbia was concerned, to film it. Rain or shine. And it was rain, literally. That's why it was called Hard Rain, I'm sure. It was pouring buckets. Our instruments were going out of tune, and poor people, the beleaguered fans out in the audience, just poured on.
Eventually we went and did the show, and they filmed the thing.
That turned out to be the last show of the Rolling Thunder tour.
That's right.
Did you expect it to end at that point?
He had a discussion with the entire band members, with all of us, at the end, and he asked us all what we expected. I think he was curious to see where we thought it was going to go or not go. I think some people expressed the thought that they thought it was going to go on and others not. And the fact is it didn't.
In the 70s, 30 years ago, fans really didn't travel for shows like they do now. I have always lived in California, and all my West Coast comrades can commiserate with me that we were just waiting for it to come to the West Coast. And leg 1, of course, was mostly East Coast, and leg 2 got as far as Salt Lake City, Utah, and then kerplunk.
I think the magic had run its course.
I didn't get to go on the second tour, but when I did visit them toward the end of the tour, it appeared that they were all not any fellowship. They were having a lot of ego problems, and people were like going off in their own corner and stuff. And Bobby Newworth saw me in the audience, reached down and pulled me right up on the stage with one hand, and it was 6 feet high. And I sang a song with him and Kinky Friedman, and I didn't know any of the words to the song, but Newworth yelled them in my ear, and the words went in my right ear, came out my mouth, went right in the microphone. But later, when I got backstage, was the first inkling I got about the weird kind of discord that was going on between the egos in the group.
We were all given a really special necklace as a tour present. Each person's necklace had an eagle. Around the eagle wing, there were spaces for stones to be inlaid, and mine was carnelian, which is an Egyptian stone.
What were the main differences between the Rolling Thunder tour from late 75 and the tour of early 76?
The first of the Rolling Thunder tours in 75 traversed the Northeast, where Bob has a better draw than the places that he played during the second. That was a tour that we played in the South and the Midwest and the West, where apparently Bob had not toured a whole lot because he didn't sell as many tickets.
The South had it was a different vibe, and also we were playing much larger venues all the time.
I think the music was just as powerful during the second tour. I think other issues might have gotten in the way, things I didn't necessarily know about, but I sensed that they were making their presence known in such a way that they preoccupied him more.
His spirit, you know, especially the first leg, infused everything, you know, and I think the second things were a little more, got a little darker.
The dynamics of all of the musicians somehow did shift. I cannot put my finger on it, but there was a change, there was a shift. Some attitude of trying to capture the first, put a trademark on it and do it again exactly that way, but you can't.
It lacked the spontaneity of the first tour. The first one was so spontaneous that it was the kind of thing you could only do once.
Songs were done the same way, but there was a different feeling.
But not as good a feeling, you're saying?
I don't think so.
You can't bottle that kind of magic. You can only do it one time. By the second time, it was becoming just like any touring act. Nobody wanted it to be an act.
And 9 months later, we went to trial again. In the first trial, in 1966-67, the prosecutors presented no motive as to why John Artis and I would have committed this crime. And that was part of what the jury heard that first time, which helped them to give us a recommendation of mercy. I mean, I was making over $100,000 a year. Why would I go in here to pick up pennies from this bar? And the prosecutor knew that was their weak point. So now they had to conceive a motive. And the judge allowed them to conceive this motive, racial hatred. That's the motive that they brought into the second trial. And that is the reason why we were convicted again.
During the tour, Dylan was filming Renaldo and Clara.
They shot this movie and Bob decided to include me in the movie.
Bob was looking not only to do a documentary of the concert work, but also to do some dramatic footage. And so on our days off, we would do these little quasi-improvised dramatic scenes, some of which were scripted by Sam Shepard, the famous playwright, who was along on the tour with us specifically for that purpose, to write dialogue for these scenes, which were relevant to the story that Bob seemed to be weaving in and out of the concert footage.
They were filming a lot, and Sam was there. Jacques brought Sam along. He told Bob that he thought that he needed to have Sam be there because he thought Sam would be the only person who could deal with the nature of what this was. And Sam was writing scenes, but a lot of these things were being ad-libbed, and they were just happening.
People would talk over what the nature and substance of the scenes they had in mind, or Bob had in mind, were, and they would just go out and shoot them.
And this is typical of all the movie scenes we shot. There was no script. Supposedly Bob had hired Sam to be the script writer, but I never saw any script.
Sam was getting very frustrated because he wanted it to have a particular kind of shape, and it wasn't having that shape. And I think finally he just said, "I've had enough," and he bailed.
Everybody had a role and they could think about what their character was going to do. My role was, I was supposedly playing Gene Vincent, the 50s rocker. Neuwirth played the masked tortilla, sort of Mexican wrestler type guy.
What role did Mick Ronson play?
He played a bouncer, I believe.
What about Jack Elliott?
I think he played himself. which is a colorful character right there.
He hands me a rifle and a great big black leather jacket that belonged to one of the people on the crew. It was way too big for me, but I felt good wearing this big leather jacket and this rifle. And he says, "Okay, you're a Mexican bandit. Now Harry there is singing with Joan." I knew that because they were doing it already, and it was being filmed right then. He's whispering to me off camera. "I want you to walk right in and interrupt them. They don't know you're coming. And you just say to Harry, 'Hey boss, you just traded your horse for this woman, and the guy's got your horse and is leaving town.'" I repeated the line once to Bob. Bob waited. Joan Baez and Harry Dean Stanton are singing this Mexican corrido. Ay, 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 ay. And I walk in. "Hey boss, you just traded your horse for this woman, and the guy's got your horse and is leaving town." And they stopped singing, of course. They're taken by surprise because Bob didn't even tell them we were going to do this. He wanted it to be real, you know. It's his way of directing a movie. They did look surprised. And Harry thought of something to say, and he said, "Okay, I'll be down in a minute." And then I said, "He's got your horse and he's leaving town right now." You know, I kind of reiterated because he seemed like he was like too dazed to realize the importance and the urgency.
How did you feel about acting out a role in the film, basically on your days off?
Oh, I think the band was into it. It was, our days off were all about the tour anyway. I mean, you're on a magical mystery tour, you know.
It was a great group activity for keeping everybody together because, you know, here we are out of town on the road, and what are people going to do? Sit in their room and watch TV or, you know, go see the local sites?
Why were all the women in the movie playing the role of prostitutes?
Oh boy, that's a loaded question. I don't know, some cryptic statement from Bob, yet another one.
Maybe it's a reflection of a little bit of Judas Priest, right? Okay. Little aspect of that coming out on camera.
Did you ever play the role of a prostitute?
I don't think that was what I would. I don't recall that.
What was your role in the film?
Well, I really don't know what my role is.
Renaldo and Clara apparently were a fictitious dance team. It involved Bob's relationship with women, as far as I could tell. It was hard to tell at the time, of course, because he was kind of cagey about what was going on. But one could see that he was eventually going to edit this into something that was cohesive to him. Eventually, it ended up being somewhat Fellini-esque.
I know that when Howard and Bob cut the film, they spent a long time cutting to shape that film because there was so much footage.
I acted in about a dozen scenes that were cut out of the movie.
Right.
Some of which I think were brilliant. Unfortunately, editing a movie, as you know, you sadly have to throw away stuff that you may regret. You think a lot of things later, like, why didn't I just leave that in there? That would have been better.
And what did you think of the film?
I went to the screening. It was at Columbia Pictures, and I loved it. I was very honored to be invited there, and there was just about 5 or 6 people in the audience. It was 5 hours long.
Could you sit through the whole thing?
Oh yeah, I could watch it again.
I was completely shocked with the reviews. I mean, the reviews were quite bad. And I found that shocking because all the critics wanted, more than anything, back of the dressing room scenes. Insight into what's going on, you know, with Dylan in his life and not on stage. So that's what he gave. And I was quite shocked that it was not well received.
When you saw it, did you feel like you knew what it was about, and was it entertaining to you?
I think its level of entertainment is directly proportionate to the size of the Dylan fan watching it. If you think about it, 4 hours of new Dylan, if you're a big fan, you're going to appreciate to some degree and enjoy, and would rather see than just another romantic comedy or something. But of course, the trouble with Renaldo and Clara is, besides a lot of revelatory footage and interesting, fun moments, there's a lot of frustration, exasperation, being pretty bored by David Blue playing pinball for 10 or 12 minutes or whatever it was. It was a mixed bag. You took what you wanted from it, and of course you thought to yourself, gee, if I could take that 4 hours and cut it down to the 2 hours I want, it'd be pretty darn good.
What did you think of the film, and what do you think it meant?
The musical pieces are tremendous. The story part of it, I think a lot of editing could have been done. You know, he doesn't play himself. Somebody else is playing Bob Dylan, and then he's playing a totally different person who's in love with either Joan Baez or his wife. The thing that it reminds me the most of is probably Les Enfants du Paradis. Everybody is in a mask, and none of the characters are who they really are, but all the characters are performers in a mime show. It's deliberately confused like that, and that's what, to me, makes it so hard to figure out what it means.
At that time, movies used to premiere in Westwood, not Hollywood, but Westwood, and they wouldn't open wide, they'd open in one theater to really create the buzz and the Searchlight event and everything. I did go see Renaldo and Clara, and it was a big Bob Dylan event. I made the mistake of waiting a few days before wanting to see it again, and it was gone in 1 week. And that's in the middle of Los Angeles, where he has a lot of people to draw from to come see it. Obviously, the 4-hour production in a movie theater did not sell many tickets.
Well, I thought it was not a representation, but an exploration of our time together with all the different characters we had on stage with us and that were on the road with us.
I don't think I ever really understood the film. There are lots of parts of it that I like a lot. It was in some sense a representation of the tour, but not, in a linear way. I mean, it was something that was going on in another dimension.
When you saw the end result, did you feel it was an interesting work, and why?
It was, of course, the document of the tour was fascinating. I thought it made some sort of statement about men and their relationship to women, or at least Bob's vision of what that would be. It seemed to hold together in some sort of strange way. It's definitely unlike any other movie I've ever seen.
And when was the next time you heard from Dylan?
Well, I never expected to hear from him again. I was quite surprised when he called me up to organize what became the '78 costumed extravaganza.
This sounds a little strange. If you played with Dylan on his album and as his band leader with the Rolling Thunder, why would that be surprising to you?
Well, that's because Bob is so mercurial. One never knows what he's going to do. When we did the last gig at Fort Collins, he hadn't said anything about continuing on, so I just assumed that was it. And in the music business, as you know, you just got to take everything one day at a time at face value.
So when you did hear from Dylan, what did he tell you was his next project?
He phoned me and told me that he just wanted me to come out to LA and rehearse and bring a rhythm section from New York. So the people that I brought were, of course, the same drummer we had, Howie Wyeth, and David Mansfield. And I brought this fellow, Walter Davis Jr., who used to play piano in Charlie Parker's band. I thought that would be an interesting element to shake up Bob's sound. So I brought a bebop piano player. Stephen Souls was already out there. That was the core group.
When you arrived in LA, where did you go to?
Bob had rented an old warehouse that actually had been a gun factory, which became known as Rundown Studios in Santa Monica.
I was back, I guess, here in probably late '75 through probably '80, and he had this building at that time. And he'd come in and bring his dog and walk in, and he'd be here for the day, and you'd see, at times, you'd see limos drive up, and Tom Petty, these kinds of folks would drop by, and I guess they'd do just jam or do sessions or whatever. Street Legal was recording here, and
Why did Dylan choose a manufacturing building and think he could make a recording studio out of it?
I really don't know.
Nice live sound, but it's a little muddy. I don't know if I'd want to record an album here.
It was just a raw industrial space. When we first got there, we just set up and rehearsed, and we didn't even hear from Bob for like a week or two. So we just rehearsed his tunes without him there. I mean, it was understood that we were rehearsing for a Japanese tour.
At what point did Dylan tell you what kind of group he was trying to put together?
Bob showed me a telegram that he got from the promoter who we'd be working for initially. And this was a Japanese promoter, which insisted that he play his greatest hits and not do what he had become known for doing on the previous couple of Rolling Thunder tours of doing only his recent material. And the guy listed out exactly what tunes he wanted. Blowing in the Wind, Times They Are Changing. He wanted the older stuff. And so we worked up arrangements of those things.
And why didn't Dylan have a problem with that, given what you said about his desire to play his most recent material?
He didn't want to be told what to do.
Is that perhaps the reason that he came up with such different arrangements for this tour?
Actually, I came up with those arrangements with David Mansfield and the help of the other musicians. We would just try and make the tunes sound as unrecognizable as possible. It was a whole new approach to his music. He wanted to showcase his music in a larger setting, in a big band setting. And so we got a saxophone player, Steve Douglas, who used to play with Duane Eddy and played on all the Phil Spector stuff. We got a pretty large ensemble together for him, which of course opened up arranging possibilities which weren't possible with this, pretty much guitar-oriented Rolling Thunder stuff. And also we had the luxury of this long rehearsal time at the rundown studios, so we would just evolve these interesting arrangements. Bob wasn't around for a whole lot of that. He would just leave it to us to come up with stuff. I would do the singing at the rehearsals. Bob would come by at night after rehearsals, and he and I would listen to the tapes. He would express his approval and disapproval of various arrangements that I was making. I believe some of the tapes of those rehearsals have survived as really good documents of that band. In fact, they're better than what was officially released by CBS.
Were you okay with that working arrangement? Because normally one would want the singer to be there.
Yeah, normally one would, but I could understand that Bob had other things to do. I believe at the time he was editing Renaldo and Clara. He needed time to do whatever he was doing, and if I could be the surrogate singer and save him the time and effort of showing up to do this, which was basically the nuts and bolts work of getting a band together, why should he waste his time on that when he can just like waltz in at the last minute, hear the finished product, and it's better to keep him enthused and fresh than have him slog through, version after version of these songs, which he didn't particularly want to do in the first place. When the thing eventually was sounding so good that it appeared to be roadworthy, he got very, very happy about it, and he offered to buy me a car as a reward. He was going to do an Elvis.
What kind of car did he get you?
Nothing came of it, but the sentiment was appreciated.
Tell me about this revolving door of both background singers and musicians that you had to go through to decide on the final lineup.
Yeah. Well, it was revolving and evolving. I mean, issues would come up. For instance, at one point we had settled on this great drummer who was working with us for a few weeks named Denny Sewell, who used to be in Wings, Paul McCartney's group. And at the last minute, the Japanese denied his visa because he'd been busted along with McCartney in Tokyo the previous year. So we had to scramble and get a drummer at the last minute. Sometimes Bob and I would be listening to the rehearsal tapes and he'd say, that needs a so-and-so player here. And so we'd go out and get a player of whatever instrument that is. We had the fellow who co-wrote Layla with Eric Clapton, Jim Gordon. fine session drummer. He came and auditioned. Mickey Jones, who played with Bob on the 66 tour. We listened to, I think, about 4 or 5 cats. Eventually, they settled on this fella from King Crimson. The female singers were of varying quality. We had 2 professional singers with experience at singing harmony parts. The role of the 3rd singer kept changing. First, we had this girl, Katie Segal, the actress from Married with Children. And eventually, Bob brought in Helena Springs, and he just settled on her. He said, no more changing, we're just going to keep it this way. Unfortunately, Helena Springs was the least experienced of all these people, and the other 2 girls were constantly complaining about Helena messing up their parts. And I mean, Helena was a good singer, but she didn't know how to sing harmony with 2 other girls, so that was a sore point throughout the tour.
What was the buzz or talk at CBS at the time?
The company was very much behind it, and there was a lot of promo singles and the tchotchke stuff and all that. And they knew Dylan would be touring like crazy to promote it, so it was a big year for Dylan at CBS. The album was not an immediate hit like Blood on the Tracks or even Desire was. You know, opening with a 6-minute cut, changing of the guards with real lyrics that really had to be thought about and followed.
Did Dylan ever say why he wanted the big band look and sound?
He never said why, but I sort of gleaned that it was because of the influence of his new manager, Jerry Weintraub. Jerry Weintraub at the time was managing John Denver, Frank Sinatra. He was promoting some Presley shows. Neil Diamond he worked with. I believe that Jerry Weintraub had caught Bob's ear and said, look, if you want to make Sinatra, Presley, Diamond money, this is the kind of act you gotta have. And you can't do this ragtag blue jeans Rolling Thunder business. You gotta have a slick showbiz act that you can come out and do night after night if you want to make the big bucks. So I think it was a financial thing. And that's why the whole band went to Willie Smith's to get measured for uniforms. And the uniforms I thought had a very nice look.
The old songs were getting these Las Vegas kind of Neil Diamond style arrangements. Blowing in the Wind was done up like a Wayne Newton number, but it was very Neil Diamond-like. Neil Diamond was the biggest thing in the business at that time. And I think Dylan took a look at this guy and identified with Neil, you know, another Jewish guy trying to make it as a songwriter, can't sing all that well, has to like sort of scoot through the lyrics, and you know, I can do that.
The pants with the studs down the side that looked very much like Neil Diamond would wear didn't seem to fit Dylan quite right. And then you had the rearrangements. He would start playing the songs and they were for the first time dramatically rearranged, and it took some getting used to. In the 70s you were still so happy just to be seeing Bob playing live. You cut him a lot of slack, and of course generally if you're a Dylan fan you also accept changes and rearrangements and whatever his new ideas are and try to go with them.
Musically, did you feel the band suited Dylan?
Everybody having been used to hearing Dylan's songs the way they're used to hearing them, it definitely was put them in a different light.
Did it still allow for the spontaneity that you had on the Rolling Thunder tour?
No, of course not. It was too large and unwieldy a band. The complexity of the arrangements didn't allow for a whole lot of changing them around from night to night.
How did the size of the band restrict or help Dylan be Dylan?
Well, I think he became a new Dylan. I think he became more of an entertainer Dylan. In fact, the program from the initial leg of that tour, the Japanese, Australian, New Zealand, Asian tour, lists Bob as the entertainer. You play as slick as you look. Now, Rolling Thunder had a casual look and a casual sound. The big band was very mannered and orderly, as was the look.
The tour started in Japan, in Tokyo. Can you tell me about the opening night?
Japanese audiences are funny. I've played in Japan a number of times. They're very, very quiet. And I know Bob had never been to Japan before. We thought we were stiffing in front of this crowd. But the deal is with Japanese audiences is they're very quiet and attentive. And they don't react a whole lot because they're so enraptured by the performance.
Did they clap between songs?
Oh yeah, they clap between songs, but you know, they don't stand and cheer between songs, and they just do their polite little applause and next.
He was performing. It was really showmanship, and the band was sumptuous. My pal Steve Douglas was the sax player in the band. He said they had about 90 songs in the book, that Dylan was compulsively teaching them new songs at every sound check.
He enjoyed doing the greatest hits type of tour, do you think?
I think he sort of became reacquainted with his old material in a new way.
Did Dylan seem like he was enjoying himself during the portion of the tour that you were on, or was he embattled in some way?
I don't know, it seemed just like he was going to the office every day. He seemed kind of unhappy and morose. I knew he'd just gone through this divorce with his wife, and that kind of disillusioned him about life. Rolling Thunder, it seemed to me he had this great creative spark going. The big band, although it was a different sound for him, it was a lot more work for him, because in Rolling Thunder, don't forget, he only had to do 2 20-minute portions at the end of each 2-hour segment. And here he had to do like an entire 2 hours by himself, so it was a lot more taxing on him. And also, I don't think he enjoyed the lack of spontaneity as much. It was too much of a repetitive thing for him. It became a grind, I got the impression.
Now, after the Far East portion of the tour, you left the group.
Well, I had made myself very unpopular within the band by being the straw boss. Somebody has to be in charge of things and be the bearer of bad tidings to people when what they're doing isn't working out. Bob, of course, it wasn't his job to do this. This went for Rolling Thunder as well. And I was the person who he would have a meeting with and tell me to tell them, whether it be the group collectively or individual members, that they had to change this or that, or he didn't like this or that. He would rarely confront them personally. So I was like the administrator. The worst problem that I had with the big band was that this lady, Helena Springs, was always messing up her parts. And the other girls and the other musicians would always be on my case to tell her that, you know, don't, this harmony is wrong, and this part she's singing is stepping on my toes. And unfortunately, Bob was very personally fond of this girl, and this created a lot of bad feeling about my being the guy who was always on Helena's case, yet it was kind of Bob's girlfriend at the time. So that wasn't too cool, and I'm sure that was one of the reasons that Bob decided that I should look for employment elsewhere.
Describe what was happening in the times, really, of the early, mid-late 70s.
There were a lot of people who were searching. I'm a product of the 60s. A lot of baby boomers had come through the 60s. They were not very happy with the way things went. The Vietnam War. I served in Vietnam, and many of them were disillusioned. There was almost a sense of an apocalypse, that something was coming, something needed to change. And so the message of Jesus, I think, really impacted people. It brought out this is what is missing in your life. And so we saw literally thousands of people decide to open their hearts to the Lord and invite Him to take over their lives and lead them on.
Can you take us back to the beginning? When and why was the Vineyard Church founded?
A friend of mine, Ken Gullickson, who's part of Calvary Chapel down in Costa Mesa, it was during the Jesus People movement in the early 70s, and he really had a desire to come up into Los Angeles and reach a lot of people who were in the entertainment industry, west side of Los Angeles, So he came up in 1974 and started 2 Bible studies. One was in the home of Larry Norman in Beverly Hills. Larry Norman was one of the early pioneers in contemporary Christian music. The other one was at Chuck Girard's house out here in the Valley, and started attracting people who were into acting and kind of creative group of people.
It was a very casual LA kind of place, so people wouldn't have to dress up to go to church, you know. You could go in shorts. And so it was, at that time, it was a very non-formal, very casual, and very alive kind of place. And it was also filled with people from the arts community.
Did Ken see some sort of godlessness or a void of religion in this particular group of people, entertainers?
Ken's very creative, very gifted person. He was a musician, he was a writer, he was just really tremendously talented person. And I think he saw in a lot of Christianity that there was sort of a box. The people here needed Jesus, especially the people on the west side and the valley that were in the entertainment industry. They didn't really fit in church. They didn't fit well in church, and he spoke their language. Every week, Ken would come to the end of the service, and he would say, now, if there's someone here, you want to give your life to Jesus Christ, I want to encourage you to either raise your hand or come forward. We'd like to pray for you. Their hearts were touched. It was a very warm, loving, very, very, very touching time.
The thing that appealed to me in all of LA, it was a friendly place where everybody seemed to really like each other, and after the service was over, we'd go deeper into darkest Westwood to the Good Earth restaurant and have healthy salads and talk about what a beautiful sermon it was. And then on other nights of the week, we'd go back and have meetings where we would do Bible study meetings and healing stuff. And I thought LA really needed something like that, and I needed it too, and it was the only way that I could have easy fellowship with a bunch of nice, healthy young people, and it seemed like a beautiful experience to me at the time.
A lot of young people went there. I mean, it wasn't like an older church. It was more of a Pentecostal movement. I mean, there was a lot of singing that went on. The music, you didn't even have to hear preaching because the music was so incredibly beautiful. It just had a kind of mystical quality about it. I'm not being super religious. We all prayed for each other, and you know, being a rock and roller is not an easy life, you know, and you don't have much stability going on when you're a rock and roller. So they felt that stability that came through Christ.
But we were all liking each other, you know, and feeling a bond of just that we discovered something that we could do together that felt good. I had to be baptized twice before it took. The first time I was baptized in an ice-cold swimming pool, but it didn't take. The next Sunday I got baptized in the ocean, and that worked.
In what other ways was the Vineyard different from other churches at that time? Was it just informality, or was there a difference in the message?
It wasn't in the context of traditional church at all. When Ken started the Vineyard, we didn't take offerings. We just had a box in the back. If anybody wanted to make a donation, that was fine. Also, the authority structure, it wasn't like, well, I'm the pastor, I'm in charge, you have to do what I say. Ken was the founder of the Vineyard, and he was extremely authentic. On Sunday morning, he would get up and tell you a story about him and his wife and his failures or his weaknesses. I don't think most people growing up in church had heard their pastors talk that way, that I'm a sinner like you. I'm struggling with different issues. I make mistakes. I don't have all the answers. We just were brothers and sisters in Christ together, and people could come in and see that. Most services, there were literally many people in tears.
The co-author of my book on the Kennedy assassination, Coup d'etat in America, a gentleman named Michael Canfield, was also a member of the Vineyard Christian Fellowship, and he ran the suicide line there. You know, people would call up and Canfield would speak with them and try and talk them out of taking their own lives and accepting Jesus. They had a kind of a mystical approach to it where it was like a revelatory kind of interpretation of Christianity, where it was all very individualized, develop a close relationship with Jesus as the Savior of mankind. They've all been like visited by Jesus. Canfield said he was visited by Jesus in his dorm room in Wisconsin. And they have this close connection with Jesus. It was not Christianity, it was Jesus.
Did the Vineyard Church emphasize the book of Revelation?
Yes.
What about it and why was it emphasized?
Well, the Book of Revelation is, I wouldn't say we overemphasized it, but it's a very dramatic book. It is the last book for a reason, because it's about the culmination of the age, and it talks about the quote-unquote end times, what's going to happen at the end of time. There's been a lot of debate in the church over the years about when the end will come. Actually, early Christians in the early centuries believed the end was about to come. So we've been waiting for 2,000 years. But in the 70s, late 60s, 70s, there was a real sense of an apocalypse coming.
Oh yeah, there was an apocalyptic mindset. Just think of where people's heads were at that time. You know, the war was raging, the country was divided, people were protesting, cities, even just a short time earlier were being torched. And so it was a dramatic time of upheaval. It wasn't difficult for some of us to believe the end was around the corner. There was a very popular book at that time, written by a Christian author by the name of Hal Lindsey, The Late Great Planet Earth.
The Late Great Planet Earth, which many, many people read. Nuclear war. That may be the end of the world. Plagues going around the world, famines going around the world. Hal Lindsey actually came to the Vineyard, who wrote that for a while.
Some of the stuff in that book today, if you read it, you would look at it and say, well, some of it seems to have taken place, and some of his interpretations seem to be a little bit on the edge. Locusts in the book of Revelation looking like helicopters and things like that, because what he described is in the Old Testament prophets, Ezekiel and Daniel and Isaiah, a lot of these things have actually really come to pass.
We've seen some of those things even in the 80s and the 90s. We've gotten a little more used to them, but in the 70s, people were on the edge of their seat. And if you started talking to somebody about the end of the world, a lot of people would listen. So we did teaching on Revelation.
There is some cynicism in the secular world of Bob Dylan fans that feel that Dylan may have been manipulated due to his life experiences and things he was going through.
The thing that was going on with the Vineyard in those days was not in any way coercive. It wasn't even highly emotional, like ecstatic, like the meetings were going to work people up. The fact of the matter is that most people come to the Lord. They come to God. They cry out to God. I need a higher power. I need help. Most of the people come to that place at a point of crisis in their life. Because of that, it's very easy to discount what occurs in somebody's life. It's pretty easy to say, well, he was just on the verge of cracking up or something. And that's not true just for Bob. That was true for me. I was on my way to Vietnam. I had a huge drinking problem. I was using drugs. My life just wasn't going well. I thought, I might go to Vietnam, I might get killed. Even though I volunteered, it was all kind of crashing in with me. And somebody said, well, no wonder you had an hallucination and you saw Jesus. Jesus said he came not to heal the healthy, but he came for the sick. And in his day, the Pharisees were all saying, look at all these sick people following Jesus. They're all so needy, they're all so sick. Well, that's why he came. He came for people who need help. That's how I came to the Lord. That's how everybody in the Vineyard came to the Lord. Quite honestly, I think that's how Bob came to the Lord. He had a need in his life. The Lord was the answer.
If you had not been going through a crisis, would it be safe to say you never would have accepted Jesus or sought salvation?
Most probably not as much and not as deeply. I think the deeper the pain, the better the witness you become. I've had a great deal of pain in my life, and I'm a good witness in that regard because I realize who turned me around from my pain. Violent alcoholic father, overpossessive Jewish mother, being whipped every day of my life. That's the truth. I'm not feeling sorry for myself. My mother was being beaten by my father every day, and myself. I left my house at 19 years old, never to go back. The deeper the pain, the greater the adversity, the better person you become when you come to Christ.
At what point did you hear that Dylan was interested in accepting the Lord, and how did you feel about the opportunity to help him with that?
Well, yeah, he called our office. He called our office because of some things that were going on, and when he called, we had some pastors who had musical backgrounds, and they went up and talked to him, and that's how that came about. It was very down to earth. It was like, do you need help in your life? Do you want to see a change in your life? you have a sense there's something more. You know, invite the Lord into your, are you aware that your sins, your own failures have created a lot of guilt and shame in your life, and do you want to get free of that? It wasn't like, we're going up there to, you know, to convert Bob or something. You know, he called them, he said, you want to talk to somebody? And they went up and just talked with him. And they just answered questions that he had. And I don't know, I think they gave him a Bible, or, you know, it was very personal, very relational, and I think it was the way it's supposed to happen, you know.
Was Dylan baptized during that period, you know?
He wasn't baptized. We didn't have a baptism thing at our home, but I heard he was baptized, I think, in Malibu or in the ocean.
Were you surprised to hear that he had ended up in the arms of the Lord?
Not really. I wasn't surprised because he's a true seeker. He's a great seeker of truth, and as such, he would want to explore all aspects of it.
And I could see that he was definitely searching for something, so I wasn't surprised that he made a big spiritual turn there.
Did you see spiritual messages in his music, like the song "Oh Sister"?
I think that characterizes his music as much as the political, all along. It's spiritual and political and powerful and you know, transformational.
To what extent do you think the Vineyard Fellowship wanted Dylan to have a Christian conversion so they could include him as one of their flock who could then spread their message far and wide?
The Vineyard people were never that institutional. They didn't care that much about promoting their institution. They weren't trying to create a denomination. For the longest time, they never even owned a building. I think they really did an honorable job of trying to keep Bob out of the limelight. I know that they weren't talking. They tried to give Bob his privacy. They did a pretty good job of not letting it be known.
Was there any excitement over the potential of someone of Dylan's stature to spread that message far and wide?
Actually, at the Vineyard, our approach was to encourage Bob to grow himself in the Lord, to not run off and become an evangelist, but really to let the Lord work in his life. Because the message is that God loves you, God loves Bob, God loves me. God wants to work in our lives, and what he does to us is even more important than what he does through us. That was one of the problems, I think, that Bob faced, was that there were a lot of people who wanted to use him and push him up to the front, put him on TV, put him on the stage and get him to say something. The people we knew that we were close with were, you know, just saying, Bob, continue just to stay focused on God and the scriptures and stay in fellowship with other Christians and grow as a person.
The Vineyard Christian Fellowship weren't hustlers trying to, you know, make a buck and stuff, you know, or Jimmy Swaggart types. They were legitimate, you know, believers in Christianity. But I think Dylan got involved with other people who weren't of the same caliber.
My concern, and I think the concerns of the people who I worked with the closest, our concern was that Bob would be co-opted or drawn off by somebody who had their own agenda for Bob. And they would try to use him. There's a lot of media in the Christian world, and there are a lot of churches in the Christian world who, if a celebrity comes to Christ wants to put them up front right away, and in order to expand their own ministry, in order to attract more people to their church or whatever. My attitude, and I think the other pastors had the same attitude, we trust God. I mean, God was at work in Bob's life. Bob, too, is a very sophisticated person. He's no dummy. You know, some artists are kind of out there, but they're kind of spacey. Bob is a very sophisticated person, and we trusted that God would work in his life.
And people in the Vineyard affirmed Dylan's Jewishness. They really do not want Jewish people who believe in Jesus to give up their Jewish identity. They all understand that it's God who made us Jewish and that it's something holy and sacred. What most born-again Christians encourage is that Jewish people become believers in Jesus and still remain as Jews.
In the Vineyard, could someone accept Jesus and still be Jewish? The Jewish believers in Jesus?
Absolutely. Yeah, well, see, I mean, this is very hard because of what's happened in church history. Jewish people have actually been persecuted by Christians. I have a neighbor who went through the Holocaust. You know, his Christian neighbors in Austria, one day they were friendly and the next day they were, turning him in. For a Jewish person, when they come to know God through the Lord, Jesus, something opens up for them. There have been times when 20 to 30% of our congregation has been Jewish. They don't feel like they've left their Judaism behind or their Jewishness behind. In early Christianity, Christianity was Jewish. All the apostles were Jewish. All the disciples, hundreds and hundreds of disciples that followed Jesus, they were all Jewish. Jesus was Jewish.
How could Dylan, or how could one, be Jewish and accept Christianity simultaneously?
Without being flip, Joel, the real question is, how can a Gentile become a believer in Jesus? The reason for that is it's the Gentile that needs to convert, not the Jewish person. In the early days, Gentiles were pagans. And so the conversion to the God of Israel is what really happened for Gentiles who became believers in the Jewish Messiah, Jesus. So does a Jewish person become a Christian, i.e. non-Jew, when they believe in Jesus? I would say that Gentiles who believe in Jesus become kosher more than Jews become Gentiles when they accept Jesus. Is it socially accepted? No. Is it understood? No.
Dylan's fans the Jewish fans were unhappy. His family was unhappy. But, as far as I'm concerned, whatever gets you through the night, it's all right,
What exactly is a born-again experience? Is it a physical experience, or is it simply accepting a concept?
That comes out of the 3rd chapter of John, and Jesus says to this man who's asking him about meeting God, Jesus says, you must be born again. And then he goes on to say, you must be born of the Spirit. What that means is Jesus lived here. Jesus was with his disciples. He said, when I go, I will send my Spirit to be with you and to be in you. And so that's really what being born again is. It's asking God himself, the Spirit of God, to come in you. It would be as if Jesus actually comes to live within you. It's not a theoretical kind of thing. It's an actual experience. Like I had a vision when I was born again. I had a vision of Jesus.
At 4 o'clock in the morning on October 7th or 8th of 1978, it was an early Sunday morning, Saturday or Sunday, Robert Schuller was preaching, and I happened to hit the station. It was Channel 40. And he said, God's perfect love casts out fear. And he said, and he talked about Jesus and that you don't have to be perfect and only God is perfect. And I put my hand on the television set, I got on my knees and I said, dear Jesus, you are my Lord and Savior, and please help me. The air conditioner in the windows started shaking, and I could feel this voice say this to me, you are my son and I love you. I felt there was an angel or Jesus was in the room. I really felt that. I know a lot of us Jewish guys say that, but I actually felt that. Bob Dylan has given stories about that too, saying that he's felt the manifestation of God right in the room. Not that everybody should go through a mystical thing when they accept Jesus. Bob and I did. God is gracious that way. It's either big, small, and some people say, gee, I don't go through all those manifestations that all you entertainers go through, but it's not just an entertainer's thing.
Would someone like yourself who grew up with the gospel, singing the gospel, have a born-again experience, or is that more for someone who much later in life chose to accept Jesus and renew their damaged spirit?
Well, I've had many born-again experiences. It doesn't matter if you are born into the world with the first 3 words coming out of your mouth being Mama, Daddy, and Jesus. What happens is a born-again experience is a personal thing between you and God. When you've had that experience, believe me, you know it. And that's something that nobody can take from you and nobody can make you think, oh, it was something else. You know when you've had it and you walk in it. It changes everything about you, from the way you view the world to the way you think, how you treat other people.
When you're born from above or born again, then the faith goes inside. And something happens within, and you begin having a life inside of you that you didn't have before. And that's the born again process. And it comes when you accept Jesus, Yeshua, as your Messiah, ask him to forgive you of your sins, and then all of a sudden his Holy Spirit comes to live in you and makes you alive in a unique and different way.
You can begin to have a conversation with God. You experience the grace and forgiveness of God, the presence of God, like I'm experiencing your presence right now. You can experience the presence of God even though He's invisible. You can begin to hear the voice of God. God begins to tell you things about what He wants to do in your life.
Master, tell me why you must be born again.
Obviously, Bob was referring to the story with Nicodemus in the garden, and I clearly think that from Dylan's perspective, he had a biblical born-again experience, or a born from above experience, which changed him from the inside out.
Of course, you've been born from your mother's womb, so here you are alive, walking on this earth. But a born-again Christian is someone who dies in their flesh to the ways of the world. You don't want to live and spend the rest of your life trying to compete with the world and trying to get everything that the world has to offer for 9 times out of 10 it to be slammed and thrown back up in your face. A born-again Christian to me is someone that surrenders all of that mess and the junk, the stuff. Naked you come in the world, naked you go out. You let all that stuff go. Let all the worries of the world go. You let it go, and you, just like Jesus died on the cross. He died on the cross so that we would be saved. He died on the cross, and it represents I die in my flesh, and I'm born again in my spirit. It's not just, I'm baptized, I go into the water and I come up. Now my spirit overrules my flesh. It's an everyday process. I wake up every morning and I crucify my flesh and I ask my spirit to rise up and let my spirit help me make the decisions that have to be made through my 24-hour day.
Was Bible study recommended for new believers, and why?
All of our ministry at the Vineyard was based on Bible study. Other than worshiping God, that was a primary focal point. Every Sunday we taught the Bible. We told everybody, carry your Bible, read your Bible every day. We started actually a Bible school, and we had a whole set of students that went through the Bible school, and they would go like 3-4 hours a day in the morning. And I taught one of the classes, Ken taught one of the classes, Larry Myers taught one of the classes. It was intensive. The Word of God is what we wanted to get across.
How large were the Bible classes that you taught?
The Bible class that went on during the day was usually about a dozen students. So it was very interactive.
What would a Bible study program take the class through?
We treasured the scriptures, so we would study the book of Exodus. Now we might study the book of Exodus and the children of Israel coming out of slavery. The application would be, you used to be in slavery to sin. You've come out of Egypt, just like the Israelites have, except in a spiritual sense. And you're going to the promised land. You have a place that God has for you, a mission that God has for you, a plan that God has for you. We would teach every book in the Bible, from Genesis to Revelation. And we wanted people really to understand the scriptures. It was a very, Bible-based church. At the same time, we weren't fundamentalist in the sense of the old-time fundamentalists that you think of, which is very black and white, very legalistic, very hard-lined. It was more like, this is the Word of God, and these words are to bring life to you, to bring direction to you, to help you with your marriages, help you with your finances, help you with, practical daily life.
The Bible is critical and core to our beliefs and our faith. And so you can't really understand God well without understanding how He revealed Himself in the Bible. You can't know His plan and His purposes for your life without understanding the Bible.
What types of things does a new Christian go through who accepts the faith and goes to Bible class?
A lot of the people who are coming, they were out of the 60s. I mean, they had done all kinds of stuff, lived in ashrams, done drugs, I had done lots of drugs. So we would generally bring them to the scriptures. We would teach the scriptures, teach what the Bible teaches. Some people would come up, maybe they'd been in the church for a couple months and they'd been following the Lord, and then they said, are you trying to tell me that I shouldn't be using drugs? Is that, and we would go, well, sort of. God wants to free you from your addictions.
Tell me about the first time Bob Dylan showed up to Bible class at your house.
Only 1 week before he came to my home, they were having some kind of study at the Vineyard Church, and I heard that Bob Dylan in the basement of the church or something accepted Christ, and they prayed over him and laid hands on him, you know. And then maybe 7 days later or 6 days later, he wound up at our home for Bible study. And it was just a plethora of people who were folk singers or country singers or pop singers and bringing Jesus into their lives. In fact, the police came a few times because they said, what are all those limousines doing on Roxbury Drive?
Was Bob Dylan a typical student in your Bible class, or did he distinguish himself in any way?
I gave him an A in my class, no. No. Bob is not a typical person. I mean, he's Bob Dylan, okay? So he, you know, in my class, he'd come to class, and he was there, and he was interested, and he did what needed to be done, and that whole thing. He was interactive with other students, but he was still Bob Dylan, you know? He dressed like Bob Dylan. I always thought, Bob, if you don't want to look like Bob, why do you look like Bob if you want to be anonymous? Take off the glasses and the leather jacket and the beret for a minute, you know? But anyway, he just would come to class and did all the assignments, you know.
Bob always stayed in the very back of the room. He didn't want to interfere with anybody. You know, he's a strange cat in that way. He just sort of roams around the house, and he wanted to see if we were real. Later, when everyone sort of left, you know, it was my home and my wife lived there. Typical of Bob, he came back in and he started saying, tell me about that book of Isaiah. And he stayed. Every time he came over, he stayed. We finished at like 10:30, 11 o'clock. We were up to 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. He asked 150 questions, which was good for me too, because I was comparatively a new believer also. He wanted to see, through Ken Gullickson and Clark Matthias, who were more grounded in the Word of God, what does this mean? Well, why is this a contradiction? That's the kind of seeker he is.
He sacrificed a lot to come. All of the students did. It was a 3-month commitment to go through the first semester, and many people took off from their jobs to do this. I know that he had invitations to go do tours at that time, and he turned them down. It was a lot of money, and quite honestly, from my perspective, I thought, gee, you know, couldn't the Lord be better served if he went on tour and gave the money to God? But he made a sacrifice to learn the Bible.
I think he wrote some of Slow Train Coming at my house. I remember one night he came in with a guitar and he said, can I sit in front of your fireplace? And my wife and I went to sleep. And I said, here's the key, and when you leave the house, leave the house. And he was writing some songs. A lot of songwriters are into that. The presence of a room makes them feel comfortable, or a certain place. It's a kind of, I don't want to be super hip, but a vibe about it. You know, this is where I'm going to write some songs. So he started writing.
So was Dylan's accepting of Jesus more connected to creative well-being or personal salvation?
I think in the beginning it's always personal salvation. I think he felt great about being reinvigorated and writing about this. It was a whole new world to him. Something turns you in your life and it's a new revelation. You think, God, I never thought about writing about it. Now he has a world of books to look at, from Isaiah to Job. I mean, it just goes on, and every one of those stories is a great story. Cecil B. DeMille said if you take any page out of the Old Testament, you can make a picture of it.
Do you see Dylan's career as someone who needed outside inspiration to re-energize his art from time to time?
After John Wesley Harding and Nashville Skyline, you could feel each record, this guy was further and further away from whatever source of inspiration had whatever crucible had forged those songs that he'd written so many of. If Dogs Run Free, okay, you know, I mean, did Irving Berlin suffer because his life had moved in different directions? Or did he just keep cranking out pop songs? And is that the difference between the pop songwriter and the rock songwriter, who's using his own life as material, his own experiences as the metal, the content of that he's fashioning?
I was a Bob Dylan fan growing up. I mean, I love Bob Dylan, and my highlight was when he was in my class. Everybody had to memorize the Beatitudes, which blessed are the poor in spirit, blessed are the merciful, you know, all the blesseds, and he had to recite it in class. So that was my highlight, because if you can imagine Bob Dylan and his voice reciting those, with sunglasses on, it was cool.
When Dylan contacted you and asked you to produce his next album, what was your reaction?
My reaction was like, how high do I jump? Where do you want me to land? Yes, sir, salute. Thank you, what an honor, you know. I had no idea what the content was going to be, that it was going to be wall-to-wall Jesus.
Oh, Lord.
But I couldn't have cared less, and I don't care now. It could be the Yellow Pages. It's Bob, you know. He was living in Santa Monica at the time, and Barry Beckett and I, my co-producer, went out there, went over the material, and sure enough, song after song, it turns out to be the work of the Lord. Fine.
Wexler just thought it was nuts and said so to him. You know, what are you having me do this for? I'm just an old Jew. I don't know anything about this stuff. No, you're the best in the business, you know. I want you to do this.
So Dylan and I went in my office. He said, you know, I've done the word trip. I want to do the music trip. He was talking about initial folk Dylan, the Woody Guthrie Dylan, down the road, rambling and scrambling, guitar on the back, 11.5-bar segments, wrong notes, whatever, all of which were totally mandatory to launch Bob Dylan to what he was. He had to do it in the vogue and in the manner of the unrefined but raw and impassioned folk musician. It occurred to him that he wanted now to do something that was more regimented, more refined, broader, and so on. He probably was bemused, I know he was, listening to Aretha Franklin with those gorgeous horns and woodwinds and strings and the background voices, or Ray Charles with those horn charts, not just there to clutter up the record, but as a perfect cushion, as a dressing.
How was he spoken of around CBS?
Well, I remember clearly when it came out that Wexler was producing Dylan's new record, it was like, wow, great. He's obviously just a magical name in the record business and record producing history. And so I think actually Wexler's involvement with Slow Train probably gave it a lot of initial credibility with the media, with press, and the knowledgeable fans who otherwise might be more cautious and shy about religious material. And that, I think, helped open the door, including the Saturday Night Live performances and everything.
I got a notion. I said, Bob, I think I'd like to take you to Muscle Shoals. I didn't have to expatiate or go in there. He said, sounds okay. Always with the oblique, ironic responses. Oh, no, he's hip, he knows. You know Bob Dylan, and you know that he's 1,000 times more aware of everything than anybody has an idea about him. He knows everything that's going on at all time, while assuming the mantle of space cadet, you know, I'm on another planet. The Rolling Stones are at the Howard Johnson's having breakfast, and they hit town, nobody knew who they were. They weren't bothered at all. So the waitress says to him, are you all a singing group? Maybe Keith. Says, oh yes, we're Martha and the Vandellas. And there was no fuss when Dylan hit town. Nobody begged for signatures. I wouldn't say it's Cosmopolis, I wouldn't say it's Paris.
you describe what you knew about the Muscle Shoals Sound or the Muscle Shoals Sound Studio?
The Muscle Shoals Sound Studio has just had a really strong reputation as being a great recording studio in the South that had a good track record both for hit records but also for integrity. Out of the glare of New York City or Los Angeles, serious musicians who really knew their chops, serious producers. And so the move down there by Dylan was an excellent one. Isn't perhaps as good as moving to Nashville in '66 for Blonde on Blonde's recording. That and Wexler's production thing was, I think, a real boon for Slow Train coming, as opposed to if it had just been recorded in New York City with a house producer or something.
Muscle Shoals Sound is, in my mind's eye, would be a combination of players, engineers, echo chambers, equipment, songs that became identified as Muscle Shoals Sound because of the unique sound that was created here, you know, because of all those elements, I think. We're used to recording live because we started mono here in these parts. Me as a piano player, I knew if I made a mistake and it had to stop, that meant everybody had to stop. That kind of pressure could take away from the picture, so you have to learn to live making everything work. A mistake becomes a beautiful thing. You make it work. If your finger slides, make it slide a little further and catch up. We all learned that well around these parts. Try to play with people. That's one of the things that made the Muscle Shoals sound wonderful, I think.
Maybe that made it ideally suited to Dylan.
Yeah, he likes that spontaneous kind of, but organized but spontaneous feeling, you know.
Organized chaos?
Maybe that's it.
I wanted, from time to time, to change the sameness of it. I didn't want a Bob Dylan record to sound like an Otis Redding retread, you know, an old Memphis sound. So occasionally I would bring in another player, important player, would posit him against the people who are already there to do what I call to create the aesthetic rub, where you take known ingredients and one different ingredient, and instead of getting 3 + 1 is 4, you get an extra synergy. You get 3 + 3, you get 6 out of it. I said, Bob, I think instead of using the usual compliment to players, I'd like to bring a guitar player named Mark Knopfler from Dire Straits. Sly old Bob says, yeah, Mark Knopfler, he does me better than anybody. We were in LA, we went to the Troubadour one night when Dire Straits was there, and we to see them perform, Bob and I, and we met Mark. I'd been a big fan of his. When they hit with their first record, Sultans of Swing, they didn't have a deal in the US. At that time, I had left Atlantic and I was scouting for Warner Records. So I signed Dire Straits to their Warner contract and I produced their second album, Communicate. But Mark has his own definite sound. And I didn't want too much of the Mark Knopfler sound as an imprint on this record. Okay. I said, Mark, don't play Mark Knopfler, play Albert King. During the session, Bob was in the grips of a born-again Christian deal. He's got New Testament there. And he said to me, did you ever get into this? And I said, well, man, I'm more like the other version, King James, you know. I said, Bob, I said, ain't no use. You're talking to a 62-year-old card-carrying Jewish atheist. He laughed and was like Tony Soprano said, forget about it. No more problem. He didn't, try to work on me anymore.
How did you enjoy working with Jerry Wexler, and what was his style?
Oh, I love him. Especially when I found out he did a lot of Aretha Franklin stuff. I was like, yes. He's down to earth, you know. He said what he said and he meant what he said, you know, and he liked what he liked. And that to me takes confidence, you know, to even just say, I like this, I don't like that.
Who were the background singers that sang with you, all these beautiful backgrounds that we hear in the album?
Carol Dennis, Helena Springs, and myself.
The three of you?
Yes.
And did each of you have a different vocal range that you knew would blend in a certain way?
Carolyn was the soprano, I was the alto, and Helena did the tenor. Thank God we were versatile enough to probably sing any part that was needed.
Oh, they were wonderful. I mean, they had their parts. We didn't have to give them their parts. They knew what they were doing.
We would just sit there and wait for the songs to come back, that had been recorded that day, and we started creating background parts. At that time, I had my son was with me in Muscle Shoals, so I was busy being professional background singer and mommy.
We had certain guidelines. They seemed quite obvious, redundant, but because everybody would say, yeah, that's good. Intonation, which for the public means playing in tune, hitting the note, the pocket, the groove, the rhythm had to be there. And the balance, the relationship between instruments, but particularly the relationship between voice and instruments. It had to be in tune, it had to be in time, and it had to be very well played. We liked a lot of bass on our records, a lot of bass. And we sure wanted to hear the drums, the snare and the hi-hat, but especially the kick drum, because that's the heartbeat. That sets it going. The first day, Bob started to play on every take. In Muscle Shoals, all they have is some chord charts in front of them. And instead of, the chord designation, it's by number. 1 to 7, it's all chords, and it's ba, ba, ba. Until they play into it and get the in-betweens and the pickups and the glue and the turnarounds and the walk-downs and the syncopation, you get a rhythm pattern. Bob was playing on every one of them.
Was he singing as well?
Playing and singing. I didn't exactly know what the protocol was going to be in terms of how much direction he was going to take. But we spent the whole day on one song, and we were staying at a rented house. I stayed there too, the musician and Bob, and we played it back, rigor mortis. It was a disaster. I'm depressed. This is why Bob Dylan hired me to come all the way here and come up with something like this. I sat down and we had a little talk. I convinced him not to play until the rhythm track had taken shape, and not to sing until I thought it would be the right time. So here's what I did. It's the only time I ever did this. I never heard of anybody else ever doing it. I had everybody on the floor together, one big glob, all playing together.
Instead of in their booths.
No booths, no nothing, no separation. It's leakage forever. It's nothing you could ever record, because everybody's into everybody else's microphone. But I had the engineer record it on a quarter track. We get the first song, they're following the chord charts. Bob joins in, he's got a part to play. Very short time, they found the pocket, they hit a groove. We stopped that. We sent them all back into isolation, into booths, isolated the amps, gobos in front of the drum. We put their phones on, and we played back what they had just played. They played it a few times with the phones. Then I took the track out of the phones, take one. They had found the pocket. We made 4 songs that day. Did you ever hear of anything like that? I never did. It was invention on the spot.
Is that the method that you continued with throughout
Every
the rest
day.
of the album? Yeah.
Every day, and Bob was lovely, no problem. We started Monday. Friday, Bob was out of there. He was back to New York or wherever he came from. We had his gospel group, we had the background, we had the lead vocals, we had the rhythm. We did a little sweetening, maybe some percussion, a little guitar, mixed the record. Second week, finita la commedia, done. And it turned out to be the broader, more polished sound. But funky, always but funky.
Which songs do you remember and recall that really struck you as inspirational and that you really enjoyed?
A man gave names to all the animals. My son was there when the song was brought back for us to listen to. I will never forget the expression on his face. Every time Bob would say, ooh, I think I call it a pig, my son would just fall over on the couch. Mommy, it's a pig, it's a pig. Or Mama, it's a bear. Whatever he was saying, I saw that Dylan had wrote a song that caught the ears of children.
While he was doing You Gotta Serve Somebody, people were saying, you can call me Al, do you remember that? Maybe you don't remember.
You can call me Ray, I know that one.
Oh, you can call me Ray?
You can call me Jay, you can call me
Yeah,
Johnson.
right, exactly. You can call me Ray. It suddenly hit me. Timmy and Zimmy, how could you miss? So I hit the talk back. I said, Bob, how's this? You can call me Timmy, you can call me Zimmy, but you gotta serve somebody. He said, that's great, let me come in and fix it up. My line wound up in the song.
Did you get a writing credit for that?
No.
Okay.
And I didn't ask for one, and we never discussed it. Slow Train Coming. I like to think of stands up with any of Dylan's great records.
I think that's one of the greatest albums and CDs I've ever heard. I love the music, and the music is as great as the words. And I think if you can't write that unless you felt it. You just can't. This is not like you suddenly turn on to write that.
I love that whole Slow Train Coming project. I just loved every song on it.
Was there a feeling amongst the musicians and everybody that they were doing something very unique and powerful?
Everybody, every musician, every singer, I truly feel was handpicked by God to do this with Bob Dylan.
A great combination of sounds, you know. He brought into that world, I thought, is folk and rock and pop. So he brought his own being into that music, and I especially like Beckett's little trick with the Wurlitzer electric piano and the Slow Train Coming. So that told me they were open to new experimental sounds. At the same time, they kept the roots.
Could you hear the messages and teachings of the Vineyard Church or even your Bible study class?
Yeah, absolutely. To me, it was actually pretty astounding. It was pretty astounding. In Christian language, Bob was a fairly, what we call a young Christian. And young Christians don't always have the right idea about what the message is. They don't have a lot of training. They don't have a lot of background. And the people I worked with, the other pastors I worked with, we were like, wow, he really nailed it. There are such tremendously strong biblical themes that run through, you know, songs like You Gotta Serve Somebody. See, that's like a fundamental message of the whole Bible. You know, you've got to decide if you're going to go with the Lord, whether you serve yourself or you serve the world or you serve the music industry or whatever you serve.
What I love about Dylan is that all of his songs are questions, really. He makes you make the choice of whether you're going to accept God or not. I mean, he does a pretty good story why you should accept the Lord rather than the devil, but he accepts that.
We knew Bob, and we knew where he was coming from, and so we were very, very excited about it. There were some more traditional Christians who I think didn't know Bob and thought, who is this guy? Bob Dylan, you know, he's got a whole history, a whole package that goes with him, and does he even know what he's talking about when he's singing these things? So I think there was a lot of suspicion from both sides of the fence, you know, initially. Although generally over time, most Christians came to, if you really listen to music, you went, this is really right on target in terms of the message.
And then there's a bowing the knee to serving God. People can't express that unless they've experienced it. So when he says you've got to serve somebody, he really understands what he's talking about. He's not talking about a philosophy, he's not talking about a religion, he's not talking about an intellectual process. He's talking about a deep matter of the heart where he understands that as a human being he was created by God to serve God, and that he's got to commit his life to doing that, and that he has a sovereign master other than himself.
Side 1 is 4 just killer songs. And side 2 is real good, but side 1, without even thinking of the subject matter, just where it hits you here, the musical arrangements, the lyrics, but the way he says bone-filled graves. I don't go deep into the subject matter to think about how it applies to who he's preaching to or what he's preaching. I just get the feeling.
What did you think of the album cover with the pickaxe for Slow Train Coming?
Didn't bother me at all. They're digging up railroad ties or straightening the rails. Well, I don't know, does a pickaxe supposed to have some significance?
Well, the pickaxe was in the shape of a cross.
It could have been a mezuzah or a Mogan David, I don't care.
Could you hear the influence of Jerry Wexler on Slow Train Coming?
Oh, absolutely. What you hear on the record from Jerry Wexler is you hear a lot of Southland, you know, for Alabama kind of musicians playing. You hear a lot of spiritual stuff added to it. I'm talking about black spiritual music, which Dylan really, really loves. If you were to mention one thing Bob Dylan loves, is the roots of American music.
Why did Dylan not have more #1 hits? Why was it more difficult for him to have chart singles?
Despite Dylan's popularity, he's not one of the biggest record sellers of all time. You wouldn't put him in a class with Led Zeppelin. Despite his fame, notoriety, his influence, he changed the culture, changed the genre, all of this, there still is and was something of a cultish aspect about Bob Dylan.
Dylan's career has always been about what we could call an album artist, you know, for lack of a better term, never singles driven, which is why he went the longest time without having a #1 album until Planet Waves went there on the Asylum label in the early 70s. Knockin' on Heaven's Door was a nice surprise left field hit, but generally being such a thinking man person's music, I just can't imagine something like Hurricane competing with disco in 1978. You know, Shake Your Booty and Everything by Casey and the Sunshine Band was ruling the charts. So it doesn't surprise me that climbing the charts with singles or even albums, it's never been Dylan's forte, so it certainly shouldn't be during this period any more than any other.
And the reason the records didn't get played much on the air is because they didn't reach any format. The 6 and 7, 8 minute songs. Every radio station has formats. Television, they target a certain audience. And I think Bob Dylan didn't fit any mold, and he had to go out there and perform until he caught on. And he caught on big.
How do you think that music held up against the other things that were on the charts at the time?
You're talking about 1979, and as I remember, 1979 was 80% disco. Bee Gees, Rod Stewart, Gloria Gaynor. Obviously the pop charts were full of bunk. What a Fool Believes by the Doobie Brothers and that sort of post-Steely Dan. It cultivated pop music, plus the disco infection, which I think was like 80% of the records on the charts that year, had the disco beat to it.
One of the unfortunate parts of music culture, merchandising, charts, is that you can do a magnificent album, a Hall of Fame album, but if it doesn't have a pop single in it, it sometimes is relegated to obscurity.
This group debuted this music to the public on Saturday Night Live.
I was excited to be there. I was real excited to be on that show with Bob Dylan. But I was also excited to be on that show because I got a chance to meet Gilda Radner, Dan Aykroyd, Bill Murray. Yes. I mean, it was just exciting.
That particular time was exciting because it was new music for Bob, and I was happy to be a part of it. Of course, the live thing is sort of a misnomer. You practice it once, and then you practice it again with a partial audience, and then the third time it is live.
Seeing Dylan on TV to this day is a very rare occurrence, but in the 70s was almost unheard of. And to not only see him on TV, but SNL had such a perfect setup for artists. You could almost see every pore. So just the visual revelation of those 3 songs on Saturday Night Live was just a sight to behold. I mean, sure, you would have liked to have seen 2 Slow Train songs and Positively 4th Street. Sometimes just the rarity of an appearance or something carries half the day.
Now here comes the E.
Bill Graham, who was the big concert producer in San Francisco, took over the master lease to this downtown theater called the Warfield. The Warfield had been opened in the late 20s. It was a big vaudeville house just at the end of the silent era. It comes with a 9-story office building around it. Fallen in disuse for many years, it had been a grindhouse. Graham took over the lease, but in order to open this theater with the sort of elan and extravaganza that he wanted to. He needed to have a big act. And he talked Dylan into doing a series of shows there.
I'm going to tell you a story. The story is about an old woman. I don't have a ticket. I don't even have no money. He said, well, old woman, we're going to have to put you off this train. No! The old woman went down on her knees. She stretched her hands out and said, Father, I stretch my hands to thee. No other help I know. Father, I stretch my hands to thee. The conductor looked at the old woman. He said, old woman, come on and get back on this train. Jesus got your ticket. Come on, get on.
And you started the first show of this tour at the Fox Warfield Theatre with that story. Was that Dylan's idea for you to tell this story, or how did it come about?
Oh, me and my big mouth. My father, like I said, being a pastor, a minister. I heard him tell that story many times in church. It was a concern at the theater before the show started. Something is missing. And me with my crazy self, I love to have fun. I told the other girls, I said, watch this. I said, okay, look, this is what I'm gonna do. And I started telling the story about the old woman getting on the train and everything. And Dylan was sitting there and he was listening and he was looking at me. And I said, and then, you know, they're gonna put off the train. And I said, but old woman, Jesus got your ticket, come get on board. I said, then the train's gonna move and then the other girl's gonna come out and we're gonna start singing, If I Got My Ticket, Lord. And he looked at me like I had lost my mind. And I went back in the dressing room cracking up. About 10 minutes later, he brought Tim Drummond and Jim Keltner in the dressing room with him. And he said, hey, tell them that same story you just told me. And that's when I kind of got a little worried and I said, what? I said, I was playing. He said, okay, just tell them. So I told them the same story and they all left out. And then about 10 minutes before it was time for the show to start, he came back and said, that's how we're gonna open my show. So I ran and got on the payphone and called my dad and I said, listen, me and my big mouth, I said, but I'm scared. I can't go out here, I can't do this. Because on that very first day, going into the theater, now we've done the record, but this is my very first time on stage doing a performance. Not the Saturday Night Live or none of that. And I saw these women and I saw these people screaming and yelling and crying and reaching and fainting when he got off the bus to go inside the building. And I saw these people just passing out and going through all of this. And I was like, whoa, he is somebody. I didn't know. And that's for real, I just didn't know. I told my dad, I said, Daddy, I can't do this, I can't do this. And he said, I tell you what, stare in the big bright light. He said, just stare in the light. I said, well, what's in the light? He said, God in me. I knew the people were there, but I stared straight into that light and I just kept staring at it. And whenever I got afraid or felt nervous, I just felt God's spirit and my Father's spirit in that light. And I kept going.
Background singers were fun to work with because they're so enthusiastic and give so much praise to everything, and it's great to be around. Bob wanted them to project their own stylings on the introduction of the show, and they had a lot to say also, so he let them say it,
Is it true that the band sometimes would hold a prayer meeting before the shows?
Every show. We would take turns just praying.
Usually one person might say the prayer and everybody else would listen, or close their eyes and listen. We were all very close to, the material we were talking about, and wanted to be as real as possible about it.
Did your dad come to any of the shows?
Yes. And he actually would pray. Whenever he showed up, he would always lead the prayer.
San Francisco is a very strong market for Dylan from the very beginning of his career. Some of his most fervent fans probably live in San Francisco, and probably some of the oldest and crustiest, that were back at the Masonic Auditorium in 1964 are still sticking with him here at this point, and they're showing up at this Warfield Theatre. And it's not the guy they expect, it's not the show they expect, it's not the songs they expect.
What happened that night?
Everybody I think was feeling good and excited about, first performance. But what I remember essentially was that half the audience we'd do a song and half of them would boo, boo, boo. And this went on for like 15 minutes after each song, and I thought, well, that's the strangest thing I've ever seen or heard of in my life. What does that mean? What is that about?
He talked about religion. He preached. That's why I walked out.
The audience was there to see the Bob Dylan that they knew and loved, and this guy shows up and force feeds them a Christian evangelical program. It was pretty strange.
He stinks! Man, he's the worst. He's bad. He don't sing nothing like he used to. That's it.
Whoever was born, they booed because what was being said and what was being presented wasn't, it wasn't for them. Because if it had been, they wouldn't have been born. They would have been listening.
It's a waste of my, here's a ticket. Here, you want the ticket?
And the others that were not born, that's who it was for. And they got what they needed to get. So if there's 1,001 out of that whole 1,000, only one gets it, then that's the one God sent us there for anyway. So, I didn't look at it any other way.
Tell me your reaction as the music started to the presentation and how the rest of the audience reacted during the course of the night.
That's easy. Stunned. Everybody was stunned.
Including you?
Including me. Maybe more than some others. Absolutely stunned. I could not believe what I was hearing. It was Dylan singing clearly about Jesus. The gospel message, especially if you knew anything about the gospel, was crystal clear through most of the concert.
I paid $26 to go in there and see a show, and I could have went to church to see what I saw, I don't know, I expected something different.
All of us were a little uncomfortable with this kind of exposition of Christian theology in our rock show. Most of us were on drugs and pretty much ex-hippies that had been going to rock shows for a number of years, and to have this guy who had written so many important fundamental songs in the canon of the music that we were listening to come at us with this gospel thing was a left field shot. I don't think anybody's prepared for it.
There was a little bit of tension in the air that way, a good way. In a good way, it's like a restless kind of feeling, which was nice, because that's like rock and roll, sort of. But I liked it.
There was almost an awe, I wouldn't say that there was a holiness about the concert, but it bordered on that. It was a kind of a different Bob Dylan.
It was a never a dull moment on stage, because as usual with him, sometimes it's a little bit controversial, and he welcomes that because he believes in what he's saying and doing, I think.
It wasn't like the shows were bad. I remember the band as being excellent. I remember he had the three black gospel singers really filling out the sound. And in fact, when they played that song, Saved, the place rocked. It was thunderous.
Oh, he was fiery on stage, He's always top of his game with performing and singing and playing that harmonica. The crowd always loves it when he gets that harmonica out of it.
Then when he went into the Saved songs, people really just lost interest and got impatient. Just imagine an orchestra pit full of people, some of them sort of bored.
I think there's other cities that would have gone down better in. San Francisco is notoriously anti-religious.
I don't think it was the nature of the new material as much as the fact he was completely shunning his classic body of work, and we didn't know if this was going to be it forever. Was this just, on a small tour or for 1 year, or oh my God, have we lost Dylan forever?
That's right, they want the old stuff, but the old stuff's not going to save you, and
I'm not going to save him. Neither is anybody else they follow going to save him. They can boogie all night. It's not going to work.
I remember he had a firm commitment into sticking with the program, which was essentially those two albums, gospel-tinged album.
There were some songs that later became
Unsaved, and they were much more evangelical than the Slow Train Coming songs. These things were full of blood and biblical allusions, and fire and brimstone.
Dylan had appeared on Saturday Night Live a few months earlier with his Christian music. Why was this so unexpected?
You know, I didn't go to the show unaware that the Slow Train Comin' was a Christian album. I was aware that he'd played with Mark Knopfler on the sessions and that Wexler had produced them. So I was aware of the new material, but I mean, what's new material? What, 3 or 4 songs in a show usually? I certainly didn't expect Bob Dylan to come out and predicate an entire show on his whole new album, and I didn't expect to be force-fed a gospel program by someone who was not previously known for gospel music and who had assembled this crowd by virtue of his reputation in other fields. So it wasn't like we were going to the Bob Dylan gospel tent. We were going to a Bob Dylan concert. We were, I think, reasonable in expecting some Bob Dylan music.
Here's your husband.
Well, I can understand why they're rebellious about it, because up until the time the Lord came into my life, I know nothing about him. It was just as rebellious, and didn't think much about it either way. Never did care much for preachers who just asked for donations all the time and talk about the world to come. You know, I was always growing up with it's right here and now, and until Jesus became real to me in that way, I couldn't understand it.
What was the nature of being slightly turned off, or the disappointment?
I think the main worry and disappointment is that if Dylan continued down this path, regardless of the subject, whether it be religion or farming, it was a very narrow subject matter. And so all of a sudden you might be losing your favorite artist who would write about Masters of War and beautiful love songs, Tangled Up in Blue or whatever. All of a sudden, if he's just going to write about religion and God and Jesus and stuff, that's very disappointing, and especially if you don't have much interest in the subject matter, that would certainly be major cause for pause.
You know, I can almost play the concert back in my mind. It was so dramatic to see one of your heroes also believe in Jesus with so much at risk for him publicly. It was just an amazing thing for me.
Just as other Dylan fans were, you were also touched personally, or maybe felt somewhat betrayed by him not...
Oh yeah, oh no, you know, I spent my life following Dylan album by album and saw his work as extremely meaningful and you know, an artist that I admired above most, if not all. Did I feel betrayed? No, I didn't feel betrayed, but I didn't want anything to do with this. This had no relevance to me. Gates of Eden had relevance to me. Desolation Row, Ballad of Thin Man, Rainy Day Women. These were songs that I understood. They were about my life too. I Believe in You. Nah, that's not me. There was no me in there.
And I felt that now Dylan was not only my hero and an icon, but he was my brother. Not only as a Jew, but as a Messianic Jew.
Were you concerned at all what would happen after the concert, that Dylan might be seen as the most famous Jewish apostate in American history?
That's well put. Yes, I was. I mean, I love Dylan, so, you know, I didn't want anything bad to happen to him. I didn't want his family to reject him and, the Jewish community to reject him. I mean, he needed an audience to sing to, and I mean, the generation that listened to Dylan certainly were not the most right-wing Republican types of people. And so not only on a religious basis would Dylan perhaps be cut off by other Jewish people, but even among the non-Jews, if he was thought to be narrow-minded or even siding with a political view, then that would have been hurtful. It would also lessen the impact of his voice as a Messianic Jew within society, which I was hoping would be a strong voice.
And then after the gig, we were out getting on the vehicle to go to the hotel. There was people with posters walking around, you know. They didn't like him changing, I guess, some people.
Were you worried or wondering where his career was going to go with such a change of direction?
No, I knew Bob Dylan was a man after his own heart and after other people's hearts, and he would do the right thing for himself and for humanity. You know, I trust him that way, and I think most people trust him to not turn on him.
I went to Paul Wasserman, who I've known forever, who was serving as Dylan's press agent on that tour. Now, Wasserman, of course, is, you know, a backsliding Jew. He was barred from backstage by Dylan.
Why?
I'll tell you. So he goes to see Dylan about it, and Dylan says, "Oh, I can't have you backstage, Paul. You're an infidel." And Paul says, "Well, fire me then." And Dylan says, "Oh, I can't do that. You're the best in the business."
After the concerts in San Francisco, how did your Jewish friends react?
They were very confused. In the non-Messianic parts of the Jewish community, those among Jewish people who do not believe in Jesus, they were befuddled by Dylan's decision. Now, we really loved it. I mean, not simply because we had another brother, but yeah, I mean, there was a certain lifting of self-esteem and transformation when you had somebody like Bob Dylan as a well-known Jewish person and really as a Jewish cultural leader in the United States. I mean, you can't miss that about Dylan. He was really a leader.
No matter what else he's saying, he's still a Jewish boy as far as I'm concerned. And the songs, a lot of the songs are very good. And
Like
it's very powerful. You know, you can't serve two, you serve one, you know, like the Jewish way. Sometimes I think he sees a Christian wave coming up in America, so he wants to reach every market there is.
If one gives it just a moment's thought, it's the most radical of Dylan's reinventions, and it also falls into the narrowest niche. Even going from acoustic to electric in '65, you had this huge swath of people that it still applied to.
I think my deepest disappointment at the concert was I was hoping for some of the old stuff too, especially the acoustic stuff.
Were you shouting out "Blowing in the Wind"? Was that you on that tape?
It was just acoustic.
Oh yeah, I love that stuff. I look at it and I hear it, and it amazes me that it was me that even wrote it and performed it.
Tell us about how you became involved.
It was one of the most incredible experiences of my life. Of course, I had gone to the Fillmore East and Fillmore West. Bill Graham was somebody that I heard of. We were always handing out pamphlets, and one of the ideas behind these pamphlets, or gospel tracts that we call them, Jews for Jesus, we call them broadsides. In those days, a lot of people were taking leaflets, and so it was easy to hand them out and to talk to people about your message, we were talking about Jesus. And so probably at that time, our group was well known for handing these things out. We handed them out in LA and in San Francisco and New York and everywhere. We were in our office in 1979, and we all knew that Dylan was coming. And we knew that there were rumors of his being a believer. So we received a phone call from somebody who was part of the Dylan entourage, who said, "Bob really wants you to hand out pamphlets at his concerts." So, of course, being the cynical New Yorker I said, sure. And we got together with a group of people, and we decided how to respond to this phone call because Bob Dylan had asked. To be honest with you, we probably would have done it anyway because it was just such a great opportunity for us. And in this group, there were a whole bunch of Dylan fans, and I thought I was a Dylan fan, but some of the others, had every album and every lyric memorized. We decided that we'd put this person to the test. We called back and said, "Look, these concerts are pretty well sold out, so I'll tell you what, we're happy to pay for our tickets. But if you have 8 tickets for us at will call, then we'll know that this is true. We'll watch the concert, the first one, and then by the second night, we'll write a track, we'll print it, and we'll hand it out at all the concerts." A group of us went over to the theater and went up to will call, and lo and behold, the tickets were there. We were very surprised. We went in and had great seats, and it was the most phenomenal concert. After the concert, we went back and we wrote a gospel broadside entitled "The Times They Are A-Changin'." And we presented the message of Jesus through the previous lyrics of Dylan's music, because we didn't really have all the lyrics to a lot of the new songs. And by the next night, we had probably close to a dozen people outside the Warfield Theatre handing these things out.
How were Dylan fans reacting to your handing out these broadsides with Dylan's lyrics in a gospel context?
There was very little antagonism, and actually people really enjoyed it. Everybody was trying to figure out where Dylan was at, because now word was out. I mean, clearly was out as a believer in Jesus. And so people were grabbing these things. They wanted us to help them understand Dylan. We couldn't presume to explain him or his faith, but in generality, we were able to speak what it meant to be Jewish and believe in Jesus.
Normally, were people more resistant to take your flyers? Was it
Absolutely.
more difficult?
Oh yeah. People were oftentimes more resistant. Some people were upset with what we were doing because, we were trying to quote unquote convert Jews to Christianity, which is not really true.
Now, is it true that you actually had a personal encounter with Bill Graham during this time?
Yes, it was an amazing encounter. I forgot which night it was because we were there for every single night of every concert. Everybody was in, and we were kind of standing around just speaking to stragglers on the streets. And this guy came out. I didn't quite recognize him right away, but soon I suspected who it was. He said to me, "Can I talk to you about this?" I said, "Sure." And he said, we can just lean here on my car. It was on his Rolls Royce. We both sat there on his Rolls, and we sat there for 2 hours and just talked. And more than anything, he wanted me to explain to him what had happened to Bob. He started off by saying, all Bob ever talks about is Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. I said, of course. I said, he's in love, he's enthusiastic. I mean, he's being transformed. His life is changing in dramatic ways. Obviously, God's filling his mind and heart with all sorts of new songs and lyrics. And he said, will it ever slow down? And I said, sure, it will. This really was hurting him and upset him. I knew that Bill Graham was Jewish, not the most Jewish name. But at that time, I wasn't as aware of Bill Graham's relationship to the Jewish community. Graham himself was born in a deportation camp. His parents were Holocaust survivors. And Bill Graham was a very seriously committed Jewish person. Bob was kind of shoving it down his throat. And he said, will that ever stop? I said, of course. I mean, it's going to stop. The real issue here is he's enthusiastic, and he doesn't know his boundaries. And besides, if I can call you Bill, I said, besides Bill, he really wants you to believe this. It's something that's been so good for him, and he wants it to be good for you. Obviously, you must be good friends. He cares about you, and he wants you to know that Jesus really is the Jewish Messiah. Bill Graham seemed to receive what I had to say. Although I remember at the end of the conversation, he said, so you really think Bob is going to calm down a little bit with this?
The San Francisco Press-Examiner, Born Again Dylan bombs. The Chronicle said, God-awful gospel. You remember the media being very negative.
Yes, I remember the media being negative, but Jews for Jesus was always in the San Francisco media. And we were always used to them being negative about everything we did. So the fact that the San Francisco media were negative about Dylan was absolutely to be expected.
In your article titled Dylan's God-Awful Gospel, you wrote, genius may be pain, but this guy is not feeling any pain.
That's one of my own personal cliches. Headlines have such a way of coloring how a review is. The headline writer was the guy who really stitched the shroud together with a headline like that and a whole number of shows left to sell. I just poured a bucket of water on the whole thing. There was a rash of refunds. In the subsequent years, it is a review I've had cause to think about. I'm not sure that it was the most thought thoughtful and considered opinion that I expressed in the paper. Well, that's the nature of the daily newspaper game. You go to a show, you get back to your typewriter, you write what's on top of your head, and people walked out of that show boiling mad. I probably did too. There was an undercurrent of hostility in the audience. I certainly picked up on that and spoke for that element in the audience in my review. I gave him short shrift on that review. It's not surprising. I think the audience probably gave him short shrift on it too. But he was asking for it. I mean, he was setting himself up for that kind of a situation, and he knew it. You know, and that goes into that whole Christian martyrdom thing, doesn't it, real quickly? I mean, like, let me go get some stones thrown at me for being a Christian. Well, we can arrange that. But as the years go by, and I think about what the guy did, and what chances he was taking, and what risks, and what his motivations were, there was something brave about it, there was something cracked about it too, something out of step with his audience, but something powerfully artistic. This came at a time when Dylan had converted to Christianity, and rather evangelical sort of Christianity. It's not like he turned into a Presbyterian or something.
Well, you did write, Dylan's conversion will serve as a concise metaphor for the vast emptiness of the era. Dylan is no longer looking at hard questions. Instead, he's turned to
easy answers
of the masses.
Well, you know, I've never been a Christian. I've always looked upon it with a great deal of suspicion. Bring in a Bible thumper from the Midwest, and I'm immediately uncomfortable. I fear we don't share any values. My first wife was home in the afternoon, and she got a phone call. I was married to a Southern debutante, and she had learned in dealing with me that anybody could be on the phone. And she initially suspected that who she was talking to was a drunk African American. Again, not out of the realm. This could be some famous blues musician calling me. I'd certainly introduced her to a number of them. So she was sort of, you know, giving this guy on the phone a certain latitude. Well, he's not home, he's teaching school. What's he doing at school? Well, he teaches there. Well, when's he coming back? Well, he'll be back later this afternoon. Can I take a message? Are you his wife? Yeah, I'm his wife. Well, this is Bob Dylan. And you tell him that he's lost his license to review me. Then he says, you guys got any kids? And my wife says, no, why? And he says, I'm just trying to figure the guy out. Hangs up. Finished out at school and I headed over to the Chronicle, and I was sitting at the office. My wife called and said, you'll never believe who called. I heard the story and went, wow, well, a license to review me. Wow, the guy is still a poet.
What is gospel music?
Oh, it's the good news. It's the news that tells you that Jesus is alive, and it's the good news that lets you know that you don't have to walk around being hopeless, and there's hope for you, and there's salvation, and there's love, and there's forgiveness, and mercy, and kindness, and grace. Gospel is the way out of no way. Gospel is the door that opens up when all other doors have been shut in your face. And gospel is peace, and it's powerful, and it's God, it's love. That's what it is.
Glad I asked.
Yeah,
right.
I got excited.
Well, gospel comes to the word God spell. It's Godspell music. Gospel music is a thing that all the music you're writing is to honor God. From a chordal standpoint, this sounds strange because you're a musician yourself. From a chordal standpoint, they're very beer joint kind of melodies. Because to get people saved years ago, they used to go into bars where they thought the real sinners were, and they would take that honky-tonk music and change it into God words. So anyway, it's a lot of beer joint melodies that you hear that bring the alcoholics to know Christ.
At the time, was there a bias against Christian music in the secular world, do you think?
I think, quite honestly, that a lot of secular music was much better than Christian music. I mean, there were a few really talented Christian musicians, but a lot of people were just people who loved God, and they wanted to minister. They weren't looking to get into it for money. They were making albums in their garage. They didn't have the high-tech equipment, you know, that the big studios have. The secular musicians I knew, they looked at Christian music like it was maybe a little bit behind the times, or it was a little primitive.
I don't think Christian music is as good as it can be. A lot of people who haven't made it in the pop field become Christian songwriters. So there is a bias because the songs are just not as good.
The Christian music industry at that time was still basically hymns and country and western. Certainly all the middle-aged hippies and others who were out at the Dylan concert probably had never heard a Christian song in their entire life.
If you're wondering if I think that there's some kind of anti-Christian bias built into the music business at that point, I would think, yeah, not just anti-Christian, anti-religious for starters, and then secondly, anti-Christian. Not just because there's a lot of Jews involved in the record business either, but because there were godless heathens is what they were. Pagan degenerates were running the record business. And they didn't want to hear about being saved. It held no interest to them.
I think if you're not a Christian and you hear a rock and roll song about Jesus, I mean, when I was not a Christian and somebody would, I remember when I was in college, you know, people giving me some of that kind of music. And I would just go like, what is this stuff, you know? I mean, why are they hooking rock and roll and Jesus together? This is ridiculous. I didn't like it. I didn't have much respect for it. So I think there is a bias. I mean, most Christian music today is bought by Christians. Even today, that's the case. But it's now it's a huge industry.
I mean, it goes back to when Jesus walked this earth. I mean, everybody wouldn't accept him.
Spirituality had disappeared from the rock scene as the whole psychedelic stuff had dried up and blown away by then. Punk rock was in the air. Drug use was a prevalent part of the rock scene at that point. It's not that he just didn't give people what they expected, it's that plus the pendulum swing of this Christian theology. If he could have found a more antithetical posture for where the rock scene was at in 1979 than Pentecostal Christian religion, I can't imagine what it would be.
You know, this whole world is made up of believers and non-believers, and the ones that believe in Jesus Christ love him with all their heart, their mind, their soul. And the ones that don't will eventually one day find out who he is. Jesus walked this earth and did miracles, and people saw it and witnessed it. And some that even looked at it, saw it and witnessed it, still didn't believe. So does that make you give up? Does that make you turn away? No, that makes you even more determined to do what it is that you're supposed to do.
You know about the spirit of the Antichrist? Does anybody here know about that? There is only one gospel. The Bible says anybody who preaches anything other than that one gospel, let him be accursed. If you want to rock and roll, you can go down and rock and roll. You can go see Kiss, and you rock and roll all your way down to the pit. No matter how much money you got, there's only two kinds of people. There's saved people and there's lost people. Sometime down the line, you remember you heard it here, that Jesus is Lord.
Wasn't that out of character for him to then go and preach to audiences?
Yeah, it was very different for Dylan. In the past, when I would see Dylan before being saved, he didn't seem to talk too much. He would just sing and go to the next song and sing. But I think he was very excited about Jesus. And it instructs you in the Word of God, which you don't do in Judaism. You're not supposed to convert people in Judaism. But Jesus said, now go out and tell people what I have told you. So part of being a messianic believer is to go out and tell people about Jesus.
How important is it for someone who has a born-again experience to share that experience and spread the gospel?
That's part of being a born-again Christian. It's an old song that said I wasn't going to tell nobody, but I just couldn't keep it to myself. I had to tell somebody what God has done for me, because if he did it for somebody like me, he'll do it for somebody like you. He will change your life. He will give you a second chance. He will take the old, tore up, messed up you and just love you into a brand new creature in him.
That's part of the trip, is to spread Christianity, the apostles. When you have something like that and that saved you, and you want to give it to others and spread the word of the Lord.
every chance I get, everywhere I go, every time I sing, every time I get a chance to give my testimony of where I've been and where I am, that's part of it. I mean, that's like having the light that helps other people get out of darkness and hide it. How selfish.
What does the evangelical community expect?
There's no doubt that every born-again believer, whether they be a Jew or a Gentile, is expected to grow in their faith and to share their faith. Before Yeshua went back to heaven, in the Gospel of Matthew, in chapter 28, verses 19 and 20, we have what's commonly called the Great Commission. And that's where Yeshua said, go into all the world and preach the gospel. Go into all the world and make disciples, teaching them all that I've taught you. Doesn't mean you have to go into all the world and force your opinion on people. But it does mean that you go into all the world, every nation, and let Jews and Gentiles, all people know that Yeshua is the Messiah and that they can have forgiveness of sin and a new life, everlasting life, by believing in Him. So that's a really core part of the faith, and that's expected.
Dylan usually did not talk to people, to his audiences, and he was particularly loquacious on this tour.
As you say, I remember him talking on that tour more than I thought he might. He was just connecting his own views with what he was singing, I think, and decided to talk a bit about it.
You know, Satan's called the God of this world, and it's such a wonderful feeling when you get delivered from that. I'm curious, you know, how many of you do know or how many of you don't know that Satan himself has been defeated at the cross? I suppose you've been reading the newspapers and watching the TV, and you see how much trouble this world is in. Bad men running loose everywhere, because we know this world is going to be destroyed. Christ will set up His kingdom for 1,000 years in Jerusalem, where the lion will lie down with the lamb. We know this is true.
I mean, but what's the big deal? Yeah, I that's what I thought then, and that's still what I think now. He was ready to testify. He testified. He told everybody what his heart, his love was, and he testified. He talked about it, and he talked about it, he wrote about it, and he sung about it.
Isn't it ironic that you say Dylan himself was looking for spiritual answers, that a lot of very fanatic Dylan fans look to him for those same answers?
True. You know, but Dylan really had no answers. What he did was he would paint a picture of what was going down around him. And there's some things he definitely sympathized with, the anti-racist struggle. Other things like the leftist economics, Stalinism, the Communist Party, the way they practice socialism, Dylan could never accept that from the word go.
In all probability, Dylan was doing it out of pure enthusiasm. I could just tell by the conversation with Bill Graham. And I mean, he was just unloading, you know, because he was just excited about what God had done in his life and his new discovery. Dylan was probably doing it out of zeal, not necessarily out of obedience.
I read the Bible a lot. It just happens I do. It tells you specific things in the book of Daniel and in the book of Revelation, which just might apply to these times here. Because Russia is going to come down and attack the Middle East. It says this in the Bible. And I've been reading all kinds of books my whole life, and I really never found any truth in any of them. These things in the Bible, they seem to uplift me and tell me the truth.
Well, the book of Revelations is almost like a code book in a way. When you read it, it's sort of like a nutty book in a way. It's like a science fiction book. It's a prediction book of what will happen with the world. The synagogue will go up again, and will the Palestinians get it, or the Philistines in the Old Testament, or will the Jews get it? So it's constantly, this battle goes on and on and on and on, and will Jesus return? And he believed that Jesus will return. I know that he believed that.
The Saved album we did here at Muscle Shoals Sound Studio, and we were a touring band at that point. We were out on the road playing all these songs already.
The Saved album, it's as if it was never released. It's like a secret. There's albums by Blues Image that are better known.
It's generally been thought of that was done very quickly in comparison to Slow Train.
Yeah, it was his own band more or less, with the addition of Spooner. They had everything ready. So we didn't have to do as much preparation. Everything was ready to go. And I don't remember much about it, except that we did it pretty quick and it was gone.
Did you feel that the recording session captured the energy of these songs as you had performed them on the road for so long?
Yeah, I felt like it got the heart of the songs recorded because we were playing it live, and the only difference in playing it live in the studio and before a crowd is you just don't get the instant feedback from the audience, applause or whatever. We were putting our hearts and soul in it as if there were thousands of people.
Unfortunately, the album has been scanted in terms of its general reception. I think it's a pretty good album, but it doesn't compare with Slow Train Coming in generational and popular impact.
There was no way that was a successful commercial venture. It might have been something that was important to Dylan personally, and it might have been something that a more understanding record company could have seen in larger terms, but it wasn't going to sell 1 million records.
Side 2 of Saved is what really gets down to the hardcore preaching. Side 1 of Saved can be listened to as a rock record or a straight-ahead pop album, whatever you want to call it. It endures quite well.
Why did that album tend to get overlooked even though the music was strong?
Well, the rock music world was not ready for Christian commitment on the part of Bob Dylan. There's no question about that. If I were a real cynical person, I might suggest that there's an awful lot of Jewish people in positions of power at Columbia Records at that point that had no interest in promoting Bob Dylan's Christian propaganda and didn't relate to it anyway.
Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah.
Well, he's saying as a Jewish believer that all Jews will come to accept Christ as the Messiah. And Jeremiah, as you know, is in the Old Testament.
I know his Jewish roots are very important to him, and that passage is a promise to the Jewish people.
The whole Messianic belief is all Jewish. The only difference is that Jews are expecting Messiah to come. Christians call that the second coming.
Do born-again Christians draw lines between those who are saved and who are not saved?
Yeah, I think, historically, Jesus came to make disciples. And when Jesus was here, it was clear who his disciples were. His disciples were those who were following him. And I think it's clear today, and like in our city here in LA, it's clear who is trying to follow Jesus and who doesn't care about Jesus.
When artists are chosen to perform, most of the time they win. Was there any pre-knowledge of the results of the Grammy voting?
No, no pre-knowledge at all.
The person that worked with us said, I wonder what Grammy means. And I think I hopefully correctly gave him an answer, and I said, well, I think it comes from the term gramophone. And so that seemed to make everybody happy.
You also won a Grammy for this album.
Oh yeah. We were talking about the Grammys. Bob's saying, what do you think we should wear? I said, I tell you, why don't you wig everybody out and you all come in tuxedos? Bob Dylan in his ragamuffin. And sure enough, the curtain goes up and there's Bob Dylan in his ragamuffin and tuxedo. The place went wild. You could see Johnny Cash in the audience and Christopherson and everybody.
It was hot. It was sizzling. The audience was excited. They were on their feet.
It was a good night because we had the full band out there, and for those who didn't come on the tour or see it, there we were.
So then Bob Dylan, and they give him Rock and Roll Record of the Year for You Gotta Serve Somebody. Rock and roll record? Well, we'll take it. It's hardware, whatever.
From a worldly standpoint, they say, well, he's in the record business. He won 2 or 3 Grammys for that record. So the worldly writers were saying, I think that's a great piece of work. And he's writing about Jesus. So what could be a greater compliment than that? When people who don't necessarily believe in Jesus are voting for you.
So they give him Rock and Roll Record of the Year. And he comes and he does his little acceptance. And he says, I want to thank the Lord, and especially my producers, Barry Beckett and Jerry Wexler. My mother had the great line on it. After my mother was a very sharp woman. She said, that was really lovely of Bob to give you and God the credit. She said, but he got the billing wrong.
That's great.
As far as the Grammy and Bob Dylan is concerned, it was long overdue. He should have gotten one even before then. But I'm glad he got that one then because I became a part of history with him because of that. So it was all right with me.
All right.
Yeah.
They came back to do the same, essentially the same show, Graham having convinced Dylan that everything would be all right if he included certain key songs out of his repertoire. You know, you can't do this without doing Like a Rolling Stone. That's what he did, is he did the gospel show and then ended it with Like a Rolling Stone.
Were you happy to see him integrating his old songs?
I remember being quite happy that Bob started to bring old material back into his set. We knew we hadn't lost Bob forever to the religious music, so that was wonderful to hear. We didn't know from that point on if his shows would be half religious, half oldies, if you will. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but sort of showed us he hadn't completely gone off the deep end with the religion thing. I don't know how else to put it. In the music community, that's how we felt.
Graham, who had, I think, 3 weeks of gigs at the Warfield to sell, some long-run engagement, was running advertisements on the top 40 radio station, funny place to put your Dylan ads, saying, he'll sing songs like, and doing just that K-Tel advertisement the National Lampoon had made fun of only a few years before. You know, he'll sing songs like, hey, Mr. Denver, and he'll sing songs like a rolling stone, you know, and that, and he came out and he did the Christian stuff, and he put his heart into it, and then he did these desultory, empty renditions of the songs that Graham made him sing.
How did you enjoy acquainting yourself with that music?
I enjoyed it because I never really heard a lot of those songs before. Black people were not into any of Bob Dylan's music, really, seriously.
Did the songs evolve live since the original recording?
Oh yeah. It's one thing to go in the studio and record anything. You go in the studio and you record it, you're gonna record it like how it has to be, as far as like a song not being over 3 minutes long, a song not being over 2 minutes and some seconds. You know, so you're gonna record it like it has to be recorded. But when you're doing it live, you go for it.
I remember once we were about to go on stage and he was, I don't know, one side of me and said, I may have to sing this a little different tonight. I think he was just alerting me to the fact that don't change. That's what I think he was probably telling me, just do what I normally do, but if he sang it a little differently, don't worry. He's not necessarily locked in a vocal performance as such. He gives himself artistic freedom to explore his own songs a bit.
Graham put those stupid radio advertisements on, and I went back to review the show a second time.
And how did your review differ?
I don't think it was very different. That was Mike Bloomfield's last final public appearance. Was he came by during that run and sat in on a Saturday night in his bedroom slippers and just blew everybody away. Michael had been playing in Bay Area clubs for years, and he'd been a terrible drug addict and really just incapable of getting it together for even, you know, a few minutes. He had this one night where he showed up to play with Bob, and he got it all together. And the next thing I heard was he was dead.
Overdose.
Yeah.
From following Dylan all those years, did you have a sense that Dylan was on a spiritual journey that played out?
Well, we all were. Everybody's on a spiritual journey, whether you know it or not. And we're all living a storybook, whether we know it or not. Let's make a distinction between a spiritual enterprise and a religious enterprise, okay? Because once organized religion enters into it, there's a whole different business in place. If your spiritual journey leads you to organized religion, you're off the spiritual journey and on to something else. Dylan didn't have to shoulder that spokesman for a generation thing, but he did have to put on a good show, an entertaining show. Obviously, he didn't want to. Obviously, he was up to something specific and personal with those shows. You know, I got blindsided. I'm not ready to hear Christian music from Bob Dylan, and I don't want to hear Christian message in my rock shows. And as a matter of fact, you can take that Christian message and just take it down the street. I don't care to hear it at all. So here we are, you know, years later, and I'm thinking about this review, you know, I'd probably write it a little bit differently. I have a little bit more respect for what he did. I still think he was nuts, but you know, being nuts is not a bad thing. It's really important. It's part of the job description of the artist is to be nuts. And I feel like I was probably didn't have the long view on that show. I don't think I could have in the space of the daily deadline, but now looking back on it and thinking about it, you know, it stands out as a moment of integrity on this guy's part. On the other hand, he's had a career that's been dotted with these moments of integrity, whereas you know, mostly people in the popular music field are just full of shit and don't have anything to say. And here's a guy who through his entire life has been seeking to say something. His willingness to use music as a platform for personal expression is exactly what makes him important to us and makes him a vital force in our culture. I think what makes Dylan Dylan is that he wants to make those kind of statements. Neil Diamond doesn't. So that's why he's Neil Diamond and Dylan's Dylan. That's why we care about Dylan, and Neil Diamond doesn't matter.
By and large, did that group of folks from the 60s, entertainers who came to embrace the church, did they keep God in their lives, or was it something they simply passed through?
Well, my experience, I've been a pastor for 30 years. My experience is that it really wasn't a lot different for entertainers than it is for anybody. And this is what I think the Bible teaches, is that if you truly ask God into your life, Jesus said, I will never leave you or forsake you. And the Lord continues to work in someone's life. And I think the Lord loves us enough that He never leaves us, even if we wander off the path sometimes. Now, sometimes when someone's life doesn't seem to line up with what the Bible teaches, there are a lot of Christians that are, they're very quick to say, well, he probably was never really a Christian in the first place. Well, first of all, I think only God knows that.
I always liked Bob Dylan. I always liked his records. I always held him in esteem for who he was. Poetry and music do not necessarily go together because poems are not always lyrics. But all his poems were lyrics, and all his lyrics were poems. So I appreciated him as an originator and a founder and a unique spirit. But I was not an A.J. Weberman. I was not a Dylanologist. If you asked me to deconstruct this album from that one, maybe it was better that I was not a Dylanologist, because I came to the session tabula rasa, absolutely blank slate, bringing whatever resources I could muster to the session with no bias, no particular leanings. Well, I want to follow this element of his, I want to do that. Let it manifest itself and let's see what we can use.
Was it ironic that, to you, that you, an atheist Jew, were being approached by Dylan to get the Jesus feel on his record?
Well, let me tell you something. The musical side of Bob Dylan is generally underappreciated. They don't know how good a musician he is or how great a singer he is. When he wants to do bel canto, he's got a beautiful voice. Besides the scratchy Woody Guthrie, and all of that, he's got a gorgeous voice. In my work, music always came way, way ahead of lyrics. I was fanatical about lyrics. They had to be intelligent, intelligible, they had to flow, they had to make sense. But I always thought that when you're producing the melody, the song, the music comes first. If you take classical music and take it back to its origin, to Palestrina, or to the monks doing plain song or chant, to Bach or Beethoven and so on, who knows about words? When you listen to Brahms, when you listen to Bruckner, words disappear. They fade. And the melody lingers on, to quote, Irving Berlin. So my work always was to get the music as righteous, as beautiful, and as trenchant as it could be. Well, the words had to be appropriate and fit. But words came in second, even with Bob Dylan.
What were the religious themes in Dylan's music throughout the years prior to his interest in Christianity?
Well, when I asked him about that, he said, I says, come on, you believe in God? He says, yeah. I said, but what about with God on his side? He says, I've always believed in God. Dylan's a very spiritual person looking for a mystical answer to the questions of life. At that time, I didn't realize, that Dylan was basically very cynical all along. If singing the praises of Allah would have made him famous in the early 1960s, he would have, done, Masters of Jihad instead of Masters of War. So, I believed, that he believed his old songs. And then Tate Dillon says, you don't believe in your old songs. And Dylan says, I believe them. And looking back, that's like Dylan's sarcastic kind of voice. Sometimes I wonder how seriously, he took that whole Christian period. Dylan came out with Planet Waves, which was a paean to Judaism, and he sang about his allegiance to Judaism and how it came naturally to him. In One More Cup of Coffee for the Road, he began to question Judaism, and I believe he didn't feel it was a strong enough religion. And Dylan was able to get over his heroin addiction thanks to Christianity. Don't need a shot of heroin to kill my disease. Need a shot of love, a shot of truth, the truth of the New Testament. He said, boy, you better quit messing around. You're going to end up another accident statistic. Quit messing with smack, my man, because you're going to OD. That's what my message to Dylan was 100 times over. In a way, Dylan substituted one addiction for another, but the addiction to Christianity was far less, deleterious.
What was it about his personality that you felt his involvement in Christianity, as deep as it became, made sense?
He tends to go to extremes, and that's what the Christianity was indicative of. What struck me about Dylan's Christian period was not so much his allegiance to Christianity, but his attacks on the Jewish people. And what he did was bordering on anti-Semitism. When he said things like, on the way out of Egypt through Ethiopia, the judgment hall of the Christ. Now what I hear when I listen to that is the judgment of those who killed Christ. What he was saying there is the diaspora was a result of deicide, of the Jews killing God. It's like Lenny Bruce used to say, that's a really heavy-duty rap. A guy, hey, what are you up for, man? I killed God. Oh, man, whoa.
The first album after Dylan's Christian period was Infidels.
Well, the title itself says it all.
Infidels.
Yeah, Dylan's become an infidel. He's no longer a believer in Christianity. I think that one has Sometimes Satan Comes as a Man of Peace on there, where Dylan says, you might be the Fuhrer, might be the local priest. He really, again, he goes to the other extreme, denouncing Christianity.
Right after that Christian period, it seems that he was involved with the Lubavitch and Hasidic movement.
He felt he was being used by the Christians and went back to his roots in Judaism, essentially. But the Hasidim would say, when Dylan would come to daven, they'd say he's going to his Shvatz's Shiksa or something. Religion is a very personal matter, and the only thing I could say is I know Dylan has tried Christianity. He's tried Judaism. Now it's time for Islam.
Okay.
With Allah's help, Dylan will make it through the night.
Okay, inshallah.
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 To think there's 2.5 religious albums. He had 2 albums of protest songs before Another Side. He had 2.5 albums of folk rock before his motorcycle accident. He had 2 albums of cover versions of old acoustic blues standards in the early 90s. One could argue if John Wesley Harding is a little bit country, he had 2 albums of country with that and Nashville Skyline. So 2.5 albums of religious, his material is about the standard segment for a bob change and then time to move on.
How do you think Dylan's live performances during the Rolling Thunder period and all the way into '78 and the gospel years compared to his albums?
I think Dylan's live performances during this period reflected his albums pretty well. The ramshackle nature of Rolling Thunder Revue was perfect for playing the Blood on the Tracks and Desire songs. The stage performances with, again, the Tim Drummond on bass and so forth was great for replicating the Slow Train Coming songs. I actually thought this at the time, sitting in my chair, this might have been what Newport 65 was like among the folkies when Dylan went electric. Just the same aura. I really felt that at the time. And it was interesting to see Dylan's expressions, and I remember clearly he actually smirked and smiled during Man Gave Names to All the Animals. I think he turned to Tackett or Drummond after one of the verses, I think I'll call it a snake or whatever, and sort of grins and smirks, Dylan's half smile or his smirk. That was a revelatory moment for me because it showed he wasn't taking himself totally seriously or that seriously. He was like a real guy just doing these songs. I'm glad I saw that.
Can you relate any of his earlier and earliest songs and lyrics that led up to this material that came out later on?
Yes, there was a song that he did called Long Ago and Far Away, to preach of peace and brotherhood of what might be the cost. A man, he did it long ago, and they hung him on a cross. He wrote that in '61. And when I remember, being a fellow songwriter and being an A&R producer at the company, I said, gee, I didn't accept Jesus at the time. This guy is very much a guy who's looking for Jesus. It's interesting that Dylan said, which is very honest on his part, he said when he struggled more, he felt his lyrics were better than they are now. And maybe that's what it'll take again. Struggle makes your words better when you were first and then last and you gotta come back. So I think the time when he was struggling in such pain, he most probably wrote the greatest music of his life with Slow Train Coming. And what I love about Dylan is that all of his songs are questions, really. He makes you make the choice of what if you're gonna accept God or not. I mean, he does a pretty good story why you should accept the Lord rather than the devil, but he accepts that. I'm gonna be very candid. I think that where he got hurt by, not by Jesus Christ, but by other Christians, is a lot of Christian evangelists, I felt, took advantage of him, actually. I know in my own case that might be true, too. In Dylan's life, there's a kind of, what I would use the word, and I don't use this word often, there's a kind of anointing on him. So when you are anointed as much as Bob Dylan as a writer, I mean this, what I'm gonna say, there's a kind of spookiness about that. Presley died. It's at my time. You feel like you're chosen. And it's a very, very strange thing. It's like, gee, I go out on stage. Bob Dylan once said to me, Paul McCartney could be on stage, the Rolling Stones can be on stage, and I'll walk out and everyone will look at me. I don't even get it. I'm not that good looking. There's a kind of anointing about him, that there's a kind of presence that you know someone you met is special in your life and it tells you the truth. It's like Samson in the Bible almost. You get that anointing. How can anyone be this strong? I've always felt that Bob is an anointed child. I've always felt that from the time I've met him. He is a special, special person. And you have to accept that he's complex, which he is, and he never wants you to know who he is, which makes him even more mysterious. I think I know who Bob Dylan is, actually. Bob Dylan just wants to be a great, great songwriter and wants to deal with truthful messages and wants to sell a lot of records like we all do and get the message across. He's always looking to be better than he was from the CD before. He's always been a seeker, so if seekers always look for further gold to come from and being inspired. I think he had to say something. It wasn't like just I love you and it's over. Like he said to me one day, just as a songwriter, who do you think are great songwriters? I said Lieber and Stoller and Chuck Berry. He said, then you're a good songwriter. And that's what Bob Dylan is. He wants to bring back the roots of America and be like Woody Guthrie, who he adored. If someone said to me, what is Bob Dylan? I'd say he's America. He's America.
Do you have plenty of film?
Oh, yeah.
Because sometimes I feel like I know I digress a lot. I don't mean to worry you. Like you'll ask a question and I'll add 4, 5, 10, 15 details that have seemingly nothing to do with the question. And I'm not doing it to give you a hard time.
I know it's going to come back around.
I hope you got a lot of film because it might take me a while to get back to the question.
The most important is my desire, platinum record.
There's 1 million records sold. Can you actually play one of these albums?
You know what? You can't.
You can't play?
No.
You ever tried it? They have the grooves in there.
Usually I don't forget what the question was. It's just that I'm telling a roundabout story that has all these details in it that somehow come together and bang at the end.
Well, a friend made this for me. It's a snow globe with Bob depicted from the Renaldo and Clara era. Snowy Bob, just like the freewheeling cover.
According to your interpretation.
Translation, not interpretation. There's a difference.
Hey!
Hey! See, good to see you.
All right.
There's a second voice, and it's me. Eventually evolved into like a big spot in the Rolling Thunder shows. A contest to see who could hold the note the longest.
Are we rolling, Bob?
Yes, we are rolling.
Supposed to hold that longer.
Potrero Hill Nerve Center, strategic command of the Selvan World Empire.
That's better.
Broke my glasses before I came here, so this is like 10, 12 years old. Like,
oh man, we gotta get some new glasses.
I couldn't get
Rolling?
A little wide shot again. It seemed like there's so many people in the way.
Shalom, Joel.
Shalom uvracha.
Uvracha, blessings to you.
Blessings to you and all the chosen people.
Boom, phew, yes.
Jerry, thank you for welcoming us into your home and giving us all these great insights and memories.
It ain't only that.
What?
It's not only that. You got fucking gold. You got state-of-the-art interviewee here.
So I got the left under control. Yeah. It's the right I'm worried about.
This is the problem when I try and explain Dylanology, because you have to go back to each word and see how it's defined. Then you have to see the words that define that word and see how they're defined. You know, so it's impossible to really give an adequate explanation of Dylanology in a casual conversation.
You still have a little film left?
Okay, AJ, thanks again for visiting with us.
Okay,
and sharing
man,
your
I'm
comments.
gonna go get high.
Well, thank you, Joel. It's been a pleasure talking to you.
All right.
Let's lock it down and pack it up.